Chapter 450. Fang Yuan took a look at the invitation. The words were very polite. It was written in Northern Plains language. The semi-cursive script looked barbaric but not arrogant. The inscription was Man Tribe Leader's name, Man Tuesday. This was an invitation personally written by Man Tu to express his sincerity. The content expressed Man Tribe Leader's admiration for Chang Shan-yin. He also said that the previous matter was a misunderstanding between children, and that Chang Shan-yin did not kill Man Tribe's external elder Shi Wu. This kind of magnanimity made Man Tribe admire him even more. Thus, they held a banquet tonight, sincerely inviting Fang Yuan to come. At the same time, this gift box was an apology from Shi Wu tribe's elder for offending the hero. Fang Yuan opened it and smiled. This Man Tribe is really considerate. In the gift box, there were over 100 bone bamboo gu. Evidently, after Man Duo returned, Man Tribe had investigated Fang Yuan, and even found out about his purchasing in the city. Brother Shan-yin, this old man has a presumptuous request. The old patriarch said. Fang Yuan waved his hand. I know brother's intention. Don't worry, I will persuade you during the banquet, and try to turn the hostility between Gu tribe and Man tribe into friendship. Ah, thank you brother Shan-yin. The old tribe leader was very moved. He stood up shakily and bowed deeply to Fang Yuan. There was still some time before the banquet. Fang Yuan sent them off and closed the door. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on the bed. He willed and a ray of light flew out of his aperture. The weak light faded, revealing the battle bone wheel. This rank 5 gu was huge, almost reaching the ceiling. Once it appeared, the spacious room immediately became very small. The wheel was covered in cracks, and there were several serious wounds that almost destroyed all the spokes. There was also a deep wound that was extremely serious, almost splitting the entire battle bone wheel apart. Only a white bone was left in the middle. It was a shocking sight. This rank 5 gu worm's luck was not good. It was already badly injured by Chang Shan-yin, and after its original owner Hatu gu died, it became a wild gu, eating the corpses and bones of the battlefield to survive. Its injuries were never healed. Later, it was attacked by Fang Yuan and Gu Yao. The spring-autumn cicada was a rank 6 gu, it could not suppress a rank 5 gu. Fang Yuan could only beat it to the brink of death before subduing it. It was precisely because of this that the war bone wheel was on the verge of shattering. When it landed in the room, a few pieces of bone fell from the wheels. It could be said that it couldn't be any more miserable. Fang Yuan took out a bone bamboo gu from the gift box and used the spring-autumn cicada's aura to refine it. This gu worm was like a bamboo pole made of bone. It was pale white, like a white candle. Fang Yuan held the bone bamboo gu in his hand. His primeval essence moved according to his will and flowed out of his aperture, all the way up to the bottom of his tongue. The ghost fire gu was residing at the bottom of his tongue. It had already turned into a lump of blue fire. Fang Yuan puffed up his cheeks and lightly spat. With a whoosh, he spat out a lump of eerie blue ghost fire. The ghost fire accurately landed on the bone bamboo gu, adhering to its top and quietly burning there. Fang Yuan held the bone bamboo gu's bottom like it was a blue candle. The ghost fire continued to burn, emitting a bone-chilling cold. The top of the bone bamboo gu slowly melted under the burning of the ghost fire, turning into a trace of white bone smoke that floated out. Fang Yuan carefully placed the bone bamboo gu near the war bone wheel. The white bone smoke seemed to be attracted to it and floated towards the cracks of the war bone wheel. The war bone wheel shook slightly. The cracks started to repair bit by bit. After a while, the eerie blue ghost fire became smaller and smaller. Fang Yuan spat out a second lump of fire, making it burn even more fiercely. After a few minutes, this bone bamboo gu was completely burned. Fang Yuan took out a second bone bamboo gu from the gift box and continued to burn it with the ghost fire, creating white bone smoke. Like this, after using over 30 bone bamboo gu, Fang Yuan had completely repaired the deepest crack on the war bone wheel. A quarter of the bone bamboo gu in the gift box had been used up. To completely repair the war bone wheel, just these bone bamboo gu were not enough. And the war bone wheel was far from being usable in battle. The deepest crack had been repaired, but the other injuries were still all over the war bone wheel. It was like a patient. After Fang Yuan's rescue, he was pulled back from the precipice of death. But this patient's life was still in danger. He needed to continue repairing it. You can't become fat in one bite. The war bone wheel's injuries are too severe. But if not for that, I would not have been able to subdue it so easily. But even if I completely repair it now, I do not have enough primeval essence to activate it. There is no need to rush this matter. Fang Yuan got off the bed and stretched his numb limbs, opening the window. It was already night time, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. It is about time. Thinking of tonight's banquet, Fang Yuan walked out of his room. Walking out of the courtyard, Man Duo and Gu tribe leader had been waiting for a long time. Man Duo greets Lord Chang Shan-yin. Man Duo saw Fang Yuan and immediately bowed, showing great respect. How long have you been waiting? Fang Yuan nodded, asking casually. Man Duo immediately replied, just 6 hours, it is not worth mentioning. It is my honor to stand in front of Lord's door. Senior Chang Shan-yin, my father is not far away, he has prepared a sumptuous banquet, we await your arrival. Gu tribe's father and son will be accompanying you. Fang Yuan looked at this Man Duo, feeling a slight pity. This lad was indeed intelligent. Unfortunately, Providence made a fool of him, his aptitude was insufficient, he was like his previous self. Alright, then let's go. Fang Yuan rode on his hump wolf and left Gu tribe camp with everyone. With Man Duo's directions, the group of over 10 people rode hump wolves as they galloped far away. The cool night wind whistled by their ears, the vast grassland seemed to be running behind them. Moonlight poured down like water, it was a good view up close, but from afar, the moonlight looked like smoke. The grass on the ground was lush and verdant. The hills flowed slowly towards the sky. In such a moonlit night, wolves galloped, the land was boundless, the moonlight was beautiful, it was a feeling of freedom. After galloping for a while, they saw a group of hump wolves on a hill. A group of Gu masters were sitting on the wolves' backs. A Gu master was holding a huge flag, the flag was fluttering in the wind, there was a huge man character on it. Seeing Fang Yuan and the rest, this group of Gu masters rode their hump wolves and galloped over. Man Duo saw this and smiled, Lord Chang Shan-yin, the previous Fang Zheng is my father, he is here to welcome you. This was the rule of Northern Plains, if there was a banquet for an esteemed guest, the host would welcome them from 10 li away. The two groups of hump wolves met in the middle. Man tribe leader got off the wolf's back and laughed loudly, ha ha ha, tonight's moon is as bright as the sun, this is the return of our Northern Plains hero. Lord Chang, I have been looking forward to meeting you for a long time. Man tribe leader was 9 feet tall, he had a muscular body and bulging muscles. He wore a large leather robe without sleeves, his shoulders were exposed and his bronze-colored arms were thick, comparable to an ordinary man's thigh. However, as soon as he finished speaking, it was as if the heavens were playing a joke on him. In the night sky, dark clouds covered the sky, blocking the moonlight and causing the grassland to fall into darkness. Man tribe leader's heroic laughter faded away, he was very embarrassed. But Man Duo was astute, his eyes turned as he laughed heartily, Senior Chang Shan-yin is a famous hero of Northern Plains. Father, you are the hero that we Man tribesmen respect the most. Tonight is the gathering of heroes. Look, the aura of a hero really causes the world to tremble and winds to blow. These words cleverly resolved the awkwardness. When Man tribe leader walked to Fang Yuan, his expression had already returned to normal. Fang Yuan and the rest also got off the wolf's back. Man Tu first bowed deeply to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan placed his right hand on his chest and returned the greeting. Next, Man Tu intentionally stared at Man Duo, saying in a reproachful tone, nonsense. How can I be mentioned in the same breath as Lord Chang? Lord Chang was famous in Northern Plains in the past, he was called Wolf King, his wolf enslavement technique was unparalleled in the world. He even killed the rank 5 Gu Master Hatu Gu and exterminated a group of bandits, eliminating a great threat to Northern Plains. He is worthy of eternal praise. He, tribe leader man too, why are you being so humble? Fang Yuan also laughed. You are man tribe leader, ruling over hundreds and thousands of Gu masters. You are a true pioneer, leading man tribe to consecutive victories and controlling Hongyan Valley. You are the overlord of a region. My cultivation has already fallen to rank 4 initial stage, while tribe leader's cultivation is at the peak stage, far surpassing mine. Although I have wolf enslavement technique, it is only used to control beasts, while tribe leader man too controls humans. The difference between our realms is like heaven and earth. Tribe leader man too is truly a hero. Man too was stunned. Wolf King was famous for being arrogant and difficult to deal with, to think he was so talkative and humble. But when he thought about it, he figured it out. This Chang Shan-yin became famous at a young age. His personality was naturally arrogant. Now that he was middle-aged and had met with a calamity, his temperament had been tempered. It was normal for him to calm down. Man too did not expect Fang Yuan to be so easy to talk to, but to be able to obtain such praise from Wolf King Chang Shan-yin, he was secretly happy. In his heart, he had a higher opinion of Fang Yuan. Although Fang Yuan's cultivation had fallen to rank 4 initial stage, he had killed the rank 5 Hatu Gu, thus man too did not dare to underestimate Fang Yuan. He immediately smiled. Lord Chang had already reached rank 4 peak stage over 20 years ago. Now that his cultivation has fallen due to his injuries, he will recover sooner or later, and even go up another level. At that time, what can my little cultivation count for? Right at this time, the dark clouds dispersed and moonlight shone down again. Both of you are the heroes of Northern Plains. Good tribe leader spoke at an appropriate time. What is even rarer is that when tigers and wolves meet, they did not fight, but instead appreciate each other. We are fortunate to witness this grand event. It is like seeing the moon after the clouds have parted. His words caused everyone to burst into laughter. Brother Gu, your words fit the occasion. Please, the banquet is prepared, it is not far away. Man too looked at Fang Yuan, making an inviting gesture. He did not set up a banquet in his own camp, but rushed here. Setting the banquet in the wilderness near Gu tribe's camp showed even more passion and sincerity. All right, please. Fang Yuan smiled and agreed, but his heart tightened. Chapter 451. In the night sky, the bright moon shone brightly. An enormous dark cloud flew over Fang Yuan's group's head, moving 5,000 li towards the south and arriving above a nameless small hill. The dark cloud covered the beautiful moonlight, casting a large shadow. Darkness covered this hill. The dark cloud floated motionlessly, and a sword light flew out from it. It was the flying sword letter Gu. The flying sword letter Gu flew towards the hill and suddenly entered a certain space, vanishing. In a flash, the hill shook slightly, and a red light slowly blossomed. The red light was dazzling like the sunset, condensing into a lump, as if a red sun had risen in the night sky. At once, the surrounding hundreds of li was illuminated in red. From this small red sun, a green jade bridge extended out. A rank 6 Gu immortal, a young man with a round face and fair complexion, stepped onto the bridge and walked out. He wore a snow fox fur robe. His face was flushed red as he raised his head and laughed heartily at the dark cloud. Gue Wang, how have you been? Guang guang guang, following a hoarse and unpleasant laughter, a figure flew out from the rolling dark cloud. He emitted the majestic aura of a rank 6 Gu immortal. It was Gue Wang. Gue Wang rapidly descended and was about to crash into the ground. Suddenly, a pair of large green-black bat wings stretched out from his back. The bat wings slowly flapped, causing him to float in the air, facing the rank 6 Gu immortal on the bridge. Wanderer Hongyu, these are the lava bats I promised you. There's a total of 3.5 million of them. You can count them. The Ghost King spoke. His voice was hoarse and unpleasant to the ears, giving people goosebumps. His appearance was also extremely ugly. His hair was disheveled, his forehead was bulging, his eyes were sunken and his eyes were tightly shut. His ears were large and conspicuous, one ear was almost half the size of his head. Loner Hongyu heard this and raised his head, looking at the dark cloud in the sky. His originally brown eyes began to gradually heat up and turn red, like the color of heated wire. His gaze became hot, as if it was solid. After piercing through the dark cloud, he saw the densely packed bats flying in the sky. These bats were dark red in color, emitting a huge amount of heat. Chirping noisily, they crowded together. Loose practitioner Hongyu swept his gaze across and nodded in satisfaction. There are indeed 3.5 million of them. With these lava bats, my red jade blessed land will no longer need to discharge lava into the ground every month. Not only will it be able to digest the lava, it will also benefit from it. I'll accept all of these lava bats. Ha, 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 ha. The Ghost King laughed a few times, the dark cloud broke, the bat was no longer restrained, and immediately flew out. These lava bats didn't fly around randomly. Instead, they descended rapidly like a black and red waterfall, plunging into the little sun. Every blessed land's door was unique. This little sun was the door to the red jade blessed land. After leading the disorderly bat army into Hongyu blessed land, Ghost King said, Loner Hongyu, since you have accepted these bats, it means that you have agreed to enter Langia blessed land with me. Of course. When have I, Wanderer Hongyu, ever broken my promise? He would definitely arrive at Langia blessed land in a month. However, the land spirit in Langia blessed land was still there. With just the two of us, we might not be able to break through. Loner Hongyu said worriedly. You don't need to worry about this, I have also invited the 3 Hua High Immortals. Ghost King said. Oh. The 3 Hua High Immortals of the righteous path were invited? Loner Hongyu was slightly surprised. What is demonic, what is righteous? They are just benefits. There were countless secret recipes stored in Langia blessed land. The 3 Hua High Immortals are tempted. Ghost King scoffed at these righteous path Gu Immortals. Ha, that's true. I still need to make arrangements for these bats. Ghost King, I won't be sending you off. Loner Hongyu laughed. Ghost King snorted coldly, the pair of green-black bat wings on his back flapped, bringing his body along as he shot into the dark clouds like lightning. The dark clouds rumbled as they flew towards the north, covering the sky along the way. When they were above poison grassland, the dark clouds suddenly stopped. Ghost King stopped and had a puzzled expression. What's going on? There is the aura of an immortal Gu. He descended with an incredulous expression. The place he was standing at was the place where Fang Yuan and Gu Yao met for the first time. Although the aura of the immortal Gu is extremely faint, it is indeed a genuine immortal Gu. Strange, there is only the aura of an immortal Gu, but no aura of a Gu immortal. Don't tell me this is a wild immortal Gu. No, that's not right, there are traces of humans here. That means, a mortal Gu master obtained an immortal Gu. Ghost King deduced this and couldn't help but be overjoyed. He had already advanced to Gu Immortal for over 50 years, but he still did not have a single immortal Gu. He only used rank 5 Gu worms. Immortal Gu were extremely rare, many Gu Immortals would not have a single immortal Gu in their entire lives. Don't tell me I, Ghost King, have worked hard for most of my life, and finally, my luck has come today. The allure of an immortal Gu was huge, Ghost King couldn't help but be moved. He flapped his bat wings and flew towards the immortal Gu's aura. He wanted to find the melon by following the vine. After a while, he stopped. In front of him was a sea of ghost-face sunflowers. To think that there are so many ghost-face sunflowers growing here. Shoo, 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 shoo. Ghost King sneered a few times, although he closed his eyes, it did not seem to obstruct his vision. With a single thought, the dark clouds that had followed him all the way here began to roll and fall from the sky. Like a giant beast, it bit down on the large patch of sunflowers. In an instant, countless ghost face goo flew up and countless ghost cry goo let out ghostly cries. Nether ghost claw. Ghost King stretched his hand forward, a huge green claw shadow formed in the blink of an eye and grabbed these ghost cry goo and ghost face goo. In an instant, countless wild goo were captured. After a while, the dark clouds rose into the sky again, the sea of sunflowers on the ground vanished, only leaving behind a huge crater. Good harvest. Ghost King was in a good mood. Compared to immortal goo, this was an appetizer. Passing the crater, Ghost King frowned. What's going on? The immortal goo's aura has become faint. Don't tell me it was sealed. He continued to fly, following the aura of fixed immortal travel. His speed was extremely fast. After 15 minutes, his brows rose. The immortal goo's aura has moved from the ground to the sky. Why is there such a change? He inspected the surroundings. After a few breaths of time, he understood. So this is the territory of Earth spike rats. This mortal goo master flew into the sky. Ha, his goo worms are not bad, he actually has a flying goo. Ghost King snickered, spreading his wings and flying into the sky. He followed the route that Fang Yuan had taken, and was attacked by the shadow crows along the way. A bunch of small birds. Ghost King snorted in disdain, his body shook as 100 pale wandering souls flew out. Rank 5, 100 Ghost Night Travel Goo. The wandering souls flew everywhere, crashing into the shadow crows and shattering their souls. The shadow crows were unharmed, they fell down one by one, and after landing on the ground, they were quickly eaten by the earth spike rats. Ghost King's wanton slaughter caused the blood energy in this area to thicken, attracting even more shadow crows to hunt for food. At the same time, the entire earth spike rat group was alarmed. Countless earth spikes flew up from the hole, trying to pierce Ghost King. Gue Wang laughed heartily, activating 100 Ghost Night Travel Goo and hundreds of Ghost Face Goo. At once, countless wandering souls flew in the sky, mixed with the Ghost Face Goo, flying around. It was like a millstone, destroying everything. Hundreds and thousands of shadow crows fell to the ground like dumplings in a pot. The earth spike rats had a feast, but the flying wandering souls and Ghost Face Goo Master also caused damage to them. Earth spikes landed on Ghost King's body, but were blocked by the black profound light covering his body. Other than that, large numbers of shadow crows attacked with their steel claws. Ghost King did not dodge, he flew straight ahead. If it were any other rank 5 Goo Master, in this situation, they would be attacked every second, and their primeval essence would be expended after a while. But Goo Immortals had immortal essence. A bead of green grape immortal essence could be diluted into boundless primeval essence. It could fill the entire blessed land for decades, or even centuries. This meant that any Goo Immortal had endless primeval essence, they could use rank 5 Goo endlessly. After sacrificing thousands of shadow crows, the shadow crows retreated in fear. Ghost King did not chase them. After flying past the earth spike rat's territory, he landed at the place where Fang Yuan had landed. Here, Fang Yuan had used dust cover goo on bright pearl goo. The aura is fading again. How can immortal goo seal an immortal goo? No, there is another possibility. This immortal goo is heavily injured, it is on the verge of death. I need to hurry. Ghost King felt a strong pressure, he flew close to the ground. He used another rank 5 goo worm to accelerate, his speed was extremely fast. 15 minutes later, he arrived at the battlefield where Chang Shan Yin and Ha Tu Gu fought. Here, Fang Yuan took out Chang Shan Yin's corpse and used dark throw goo to suppress fixed immortal travel's aura. Sensing that the immortal goo's aura was almost undetectable, Ghost King's patience was reaching its limit. He stopped for a while and used investigative goo to check the surroundings. After finding nothing important, he continued his journey. This immortal goo will definitely be mine. If it's alive, I want to see the goo, if it's dead, I want to see its corpse. The banquet had been going on for a long time, there were girls singing and dancing, good wine and food were served. In the lively atmosphere, Fang Yuan and Man Tu were already calling each other brothers. Brother Man Tu, this cup of wine is a toast to you. Regarding Good Tribe's matter, I hope you can give me face and make an exception. Fang Yuan raised his wine cup and drank it in one gulp. Man Tu showed a difficult expression. After drinking the wine, he said, I do not dare to refuse Brother Chang's wine. But Hongyan Valley is small, our Man tribe expanded quickly and has a huge population. If we add in Good Tribe, I'm afraid. Furthermore, Good Tribe went back on their words, they clearly agreed to the marriage but delayed it again and again, even going back on their word. This is truly infuriating. Man Tu's tone was furious, but he had a plan in his heart. He wanted to annex Good Tribe, but he could not find an excuse to do so. At the same time, Good Tribe leader was a rank 4 Gu master, Good Tribe's vitality was still there, Man Tribe could not swallow it. So, when Man Duo proposed the marriage to him, he readily agreed. Chapter 452. Speaking of Good Tribe's matter, the lively atmosphere of the banquet turned cold. Old Good Tribe leader quickly stood up and explained. Gu Guang sat at the side, looking at his father with bitterness and sorrow. His own sister had died, and his father was extremely sad. How he wished that all of this was not true. But now, he had to prove to outsiders that his daughter was truly dead. What a painful ordeal it was. But Man Tu pretended to listen attentively, not accepting it. Chang Shan-yin was a hero of the righteous path, and was a genius Gu master nurtured by Chang tribe. Ever since he killed Hatu Gu's group of bandits, he was praised by the people, his reputation was extremely high, and he was a household name in Northern Plains. Thus, to protect Chang Shan-yin's face, Man Tu pretended to listen attentively. But even if Chang Shan-yin's reputation was 5 to 6 times higher, it could not compare to the benefits of annexing Good Tribe. Now that he had finally found a legitimate reason, Man Tu would not let it go so easily. Thus, after he patiently listened to Good Tribe leader's explanation, Man Tu looked at his third son. Man Duo sneered inwardly, standing up. He bowed deeply to Fang Yuan, before taking out a gu worm. Senior Chang, please take a look. This gu was like a dragonfly, but its body was like a stick of sandalwood, the tail of the dragonfly was still burning, emitting smoke. The smoke was colorful at times, colorless at times, colorless and odorless. Don't tell me this gu is the chase smoke gu passed down from ancient times? Fang Yuan's gaze shone. Man Duo was stunned, before saying in an admiring tone, Senior's eyes are truly sharp, you are very knowledgeable, Junior is in awe. Indeed, I obtained this gu by luck, as long as one is infected by this chase smoke, they will not dissipate for half a year, it is very convenient to track someone. After pausing for a while, he continued, to speak the truth, the first time I met Gu Yao, I secretly used this smoke on her. Now, as long as I activate this chase smoke gu, the smoke can be seen with the naked eye. Man Duo had a pleased expression, continuing, Good Tribe leader, if I use this gu and find Gu Yao hiding in your Good Tribe camp, what will happen? If he wanted to annex the Gu family, he naturally had to plan and make arrangements. The chase smoke gu was suggested by 3rd Z Man Duo, to think it would be useful now. Facing Man Duo's threat, Gu family father and son heaved a sigh of relief. This chase smoke gu was good, this way, his words could be verified and his grievances could be cleared. On the contrary, Fang Yuan's heart skipped a beat. This chasing smoke could infect each other. He had once walked side by side with Gu Yao and even carried her in his arms. If chasing smoke appeared, wouldn't he be exposed? What should they do? Fang Yuan hadn't expected such a turn of events, and his heart sank. His set of gu worms originated from Chang Shan-yin, they were enslavement path gu worms that were good at fighting in battle, but weak at fighting alone. In this banquet, he was only at rank 4 initial stage, there were also Man tribe and Gu tribe leaders who had higher cultivation level than him. There were even some elders and guards who had rank 3 cultivation. Even if he brought his wolf group here, 2 to 3,000 ordinary wolves would not be able to turn the situation around. At once, thoughts flashed in Fang Yuan's mind, all sorts of thoughts flashed like lightning. Immediately, he laughed heartily, this is great. With the chase smoke goo as a witness, the truth will be revealed. Nephew, quickly use it. It was impossible for him to delay or refuse to use it. Firstly, it was very strange for an outsider like him to refuse to use the chase smoke goo, it was almost a confession. Secondly, be it man tribe or good tribe, they both wanted to use the chase smoke goo to confirm some things, the situation was already set and they could not resist it. Thirdly, the chase smoke goo was in someone else's hands, even if Fang Yuan refused to use it, would man tribe not use it? Thus, Fang Yuan took the initiative to request it, to give an impression that he was open and honest. Hearing Fang Yuan's words, Man too was overjoyed, since brother Chang Shan-yin has spoken, son, use it. Man Duo, however, was not happy, he observed Gu tribe's father and son's expressions and saw that they were looking forward to it. Is Guyao really dead? Man Duo suppressed the uneasiness in his heart, he willed and activated this chase smoke goo. Immediately, the colorless and odorless chase smoke in the air turned black. What is going on? This is, as Fang Yuan expected, there was a lump of thick black smoke on his body, and in the brightly lit banquet, it was extremely conspicuous. At once, everyone's gazes were gathered on him. The lively atmosphere stopped, no one made a sound, the atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. Fang Yuan frowned, his expression was just the right amount of surprise and shock, it made people feel that he was an innocent person. As if he felt that he was not conspicuous enough, Fang Yuan stood up under everyone's gazes, he left his seat and walked a few steps. The lump of black smoke on his body followed him, leaving behind a thin trail of smoke in the air. Man Duo's gaze flickered, Man too said excitedly, this means that brother Chang Shan-yin has seen Guyao before, and even had intimate contact with her. Old Gu tribe leader had a complex expression, his expression kept on changing as he looked at Fang Yuan. Gu Guang was young after all, he could not keep his cool, he jumped up from his seat and stared at Fang Yuan with suspicion, questioning, Uncle Chang Shan-yin, what is going on? Could it be that you met my sister Guyao in the poisonous grassland? Fang Yuan's expression was calm, he did not explain in a hurry, instead, he walked back and sat on his seat, saying, to speak the truth, you guys are curious, I am also curious, why is there such heavy chasing smoke on me? Man Duo said eerily, Senior Chang, you are a great hero of Northern Plains, I do not dare to guess your suspicions. Senior Chang Shan-yin. Gu Guang could not restrain himself, his gaze burning as he stared at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan heard this and looked at Gu Guang calmly, before looking at old Gu tribe leader, Brother Gu, you know my character. I will use my reputation as the Wolf King to guarantee you that I have never seen your daughter in poison grassland. Old Gu tribe leader placed his right hand on his heart, his expression solemn as he bowed, Brother Chang Shan-yin, I feel like old friends with you, I believe you. Gu Guang who was standing at the side wanted to speak but stopped. Fang Yuan knew that just this sentence was not enough to dispel everyone's suspicions. Next, he frowned, showing a pondering expression as he said, I slept for 20 years, after I woke up, I left poison grassland. On the way, I subdued many poison-beard wolves. It was cold at night, so I hugged the poison-beard wolf to warm myself. It must be one of the poison-beard wolves that ate Brother Ji's daughter. Thus, my body was also tainted by the smoke. Is that so? Gu Guang gritted his teeth, his gaze flickering. Fang Yuan's explanation was reasonable, he had seen Fang Yuan walk out of poison grassland with his own eyes, when he saved him from the wind wolves, he was controlling the poison-beard wolf group. It is very easy to prove this. My wolf group is being kept in Gu tribe's farm. Why don't you all go to the farm and check, wouldn't the truth be revealed? Fang Yuan suggested. This suggestion made everyone's heart beat faster. Then shall we go with Brother Chang's suggestion? Man too looked at Gu tribe father and son, he still did not believe that Gu Yao was dead. Gu clan leader stood up and said, "Everyone, please step forward and be a witness." Everyone boarded hump wolves and went to Gu tribe's farm. Fang Yuan's wolf group was kept here, they were all fat and strong. Under the night sky, the poison-beard wolf group was even more energetic. Using the chase smoke Gu's black smoke, everyone found that several poison-beard wolves in the wolf group were tainted with smoke that was even thicker than Fang Yuan's. Longevity heaven above, immortal ancestors' blessing, my daughter's killer is here. Old Gu tribe leader cried bitterly, he turned around and bowed deeply to Fang Yuan, he was about to speak when Fang Yuan stopped him. Brother Gu, I know what you want to say. I will leave these poison-beard wolves to you. Fang Yuan said. Gu tribe leader was moved to tears, benefactor Chang Shan-yin, thank you. Not only did you save my son, you even brought my daughter's killer to me. You will be the closest friend of my Gu tribe for generations to come. Gu Guang remained silent. It was true that Fang Yuan saved his life, but this evidence could not prove his innocence. If Chang Shan-yin killed his sister and ordered the poison-beard wolves to devour his sister's corpse, it would be too painful to explain. Man too, who was at the side, was secretly anxious. From start to finish, he did not believe that Gu Yao was dead. If Gu tribe found out about the chase smoke Gu, they could easily cooperate with Gu Yao to create this fake show. Thus, his lips twitched, old Gu tribe leader, you have wronged Brother Chang Shan-yin. Brother Chang is a great hero of Northern Plains, he is such a righteous and respectable person, how could he murder your daughter? In my opinion, we should follow this chase smoke and enter poison grassland, continue to collect evidence and prove Brother Chang's innocence. He used Fang Yuan as an excuse, but the truth was that he wanted to find out if Gu Yao was dead or not. If Gu Yao entered poison grassland, there would definitely be chase smoke on the grassland. But at this time, Gu Guang suddenly spoke, no need to enter poison grassland, I have a way to prove Uncle Chang Shan-yin's innocence. Lord Father, you prepared a set of precious water path Gu worms for my sister in the past. You used the rank 5 clues and clues Gu on this set of Gu worms and left an imprint on it. My sister also knows about this, if she was killed, she would follow your instructions and not destroy these Gu worms, but leave them to the killer. This way, we can find the killer and take revenge for her. Now, you just need to use that clues and clues Gu. Chapter 453. Gue Wang flew rapidly, following the faint aura of the immortal Gu and arriving under a snow willow. The aura of the immortal Gu is here, there is nothing further. Gue Wang's gaze was anxious as he searched the snow willow tree. No. No immortal Gu. The snow wash Gu on the snow willow had been plucked, someone had clearly been here. But why did they not have immortal Gu? If the immortal Gu continued to move, its aura would naturally shift as well. But this aura stopped here, don't tell me the immortal Gu died? Gue Wang made a guess. But he refused to believe this conjecture, he used investigative Gu and flipped the surrounding area upside down. No, still no. The Ghost King gritted his teeth, his heart full of regret and unwillingness. Wait. Suddenly, his gaze turned ruthless as he thought of another possibility. At the center of poison grassland is Zidu Blessed Land, the rank 7 Gu immortal lady poison scorpion lives there. Did she take away the immortal Gu? Mortal apertures could not contain immortal Gu, but Gu immortals could. Once the immortal Gu enters the aperture, its aura will not dissipate, this explains everything. This means, Lady Poison Scorpion is sitting at home, and immortal Gu will be delivered to her door. Damn it, damn it. Gue Wang stomped his feet in anger, he would rather believe that Lady Poison Scorpion took the immortal Gu than think of the possibility of the immortal Gu dying. But he did not expect that the true immortal Gu was not destroyed, and instead its aura was sealed by Fang Yuan's iron coffin Gu. Then, he went back the way he came and was buried halfway. The Ghost King followed the aura and moved forward. Fang Yuan purposely divided the seals into sections, causing the goo worm's aura to become weaker and weaker. This formed the inertia of thinking. Gue Wang was thinking of flying forward. He did not expect fixed immortal travel goo to be buried in a certain location along the way. When he thought of Lady Poison Scorpion, jealousy and hatred drove him into a dead end. Lady Poison Scorpion is a rank 7 goo immortal. She is very strong. I was able to gather the 3 deities of the Sea of Hua and Loner Hongyu to attack Langya Blessed Land because I promised them some benefits. However, he did not have the power to rally them to attack Purple Poison Blessed Land. How hateful. If I had come more than 10 days earlier, I might have gotten the immortal goo. Looking at the time, it's almost time for the Purple Poison Blessed Land to open its door and expel the poisonous gas. I'm no match for Lady Poison Scorpion, I'd better leave first. The Ghost King stomped his foot and flew up into the sky, diving into the dark clouds. The dark clouds billowed. The Ghost King stared at them for a while, unwilling to give up. Then, he flew back to his lair. Tonight was destined to be eventful. On the farm of the Gu family, everyone focused their attention on Fang Yuan again. If Fang Yuan killed Gu Yao and took her Gu, then the clues and Clu's Gu would expose him. Fang Yuan's previous lie would also be completely exposed. Since you have never seen Gu Yao, how did you get her goo worm? At that time, no explanation would make sense. Bastard! Old Gu tribe leader stared fiercely at Gu Guang, extremely furious. Chang Shan-yin's benefactor is so righteous and benevolent, how can you doubt him? Kneel down and kowtow to our benefactor to ask for forgiveness. Father! Gu Guang was shocked. He did not expect old Gu tribe leader to have such a reaction. Didn't he always want to take revenge for his sister? He forgot one point. I am helping him find out what he missed. I am not doing anything wrong. Man tribe father and son, on the other hand, were watching from the sidelines. Brother Gu, your young master's words are so convincing. You indeed have clues and Clu's Gu, right? Fang Yuan's expression was calm, his gaze was clear as water. Then please take it out and activate it in front of everyone. This. Old Gu tribe leader hesitated. Brother Gu, since you have a method to prove my innocence, why are you hiding it? Ha ha ha, I can't wait to be happy. Fang Yuan smiled warmly. Old Gu tribe leader observed his expression for a while before looking at Man tribe father and son. Man tribe father and son remained silent, as if they had become bystanders, but their gazes were filled with deep meaning. Alright, since benefactor Chang Shan-yin insists, then I will offend you. Old Gu tribe leader gritted his teeth and took out Clu's and Clu's Gu. This Gu was shaped like a black spider. It was the size of a fist and had a plump body. Its 8 legs were black and furry, the tips of the legs were hard and shiny, like small horse hooves. Old Gu tribe leader instilled primeval essence into it, and Clu's Gu's body slowly let out a faint white light. As long as a Gu master used a Gu worm within a radius of 500 li, it would let out a red light and point out the direction. If a Gu master kept the Gu worm in their aperture, its detection range would only be 1,000 steps. However, from start to finish, it stayed in old Gu tribe leader's hands without any changes. Seeing this, Gu Guang knelt down on the ground and kowtowed to Fang Yuan. Uncle Fang Yuan, I was wrong. I was too eager to prove my innocence and offended you. Please punish me. Please get up, I still need to thank you for clearing my name. What did you do wrong? Fang Yuan smiled, quickly taking a step forward and helping Gu Guang up. Back in time, to the night when Fang Yuan killed Gu Yao. Before the girl died, she cried to him, Chang Shan-yin. I don't know how I blocked your path to success. But even if you killed me, I don't hate you. Maybe you want revenge? I will leave all my Gu worms to you. I hope they can be of some help to your success. Cough, cough, cough. The girl coughed out a mouthful of blood. She smiled bitterly and pleaded to Fang Yuan, I am going to die. Before I die, I have a small request. I hope you can hug me. I miss your warm embrace. But Fang Yuan did not move. he looked at the girl coldly. He looked at the girl and saw her expression stiffen bit by bit as her life slipped away bit by bit. Eventually, the flower-like girl became a cold corpse. Fang Yuan looked at Gu Yao's face and fell into a long silence. You actually left all your gu worms to me? What do you mean? It is true that she fell in love with Chang Shanyin, but I killed her. How can she not hate me? Her love is just a young girl's love, brewed for a few days. Her hate is the hatred of losing her life and being killed unjustly. It is clear which is more important. Ha! This girl is still too young, her acting is too bad, how can the hatred in her eyes hide from me? Although I lack gu worms, her gu worms are also of high quality, she purposely left them to me, for safety's sake, I cannot take them. Next, Fang Yuan willed and the poison-beard wolves moved out, devouring Gu Yao's corpse. From start to finish, he did not touch the gu worms in Gu Yao's aperture. Seeing this result, Gu tribe leader let out a breath of turbid air. He looked at Fang Yuan with endless praise. Brother Chang Shanyin, I have finally seen something today. You are indeed the great hero of the grassland, your conduct is like the moonlight tonight, pure like water without any impurities. No matter how dirty the ground is, it will not taint the moonlight. No matter how thick the dark clouds are, it will not obstruct the moonlight for long. Our Gu tribe owes you a lot, my son was ignorant and rash, but he still suspected you. Our Gu tribe only has this rank 5 clues and clues Gu, it is our apology for today, please accept it, otherwise, I will never be able to rest in peace. Rank 5 Gu were hard to find, under everyone's shocked gazes, Gu tribe leader handed the clues and clues Gu to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan tried to reject it several times, but Gu tribe leader insisted, he could only reluctantly accept it. This way, he would have a second rank 5 Gu from Northern Plains. After that, everyone continued the banquet until late at night, before parting under the moonlight. Mantu warmly invited Fang Yuan to his tribe as a guest. Fang Yuan expressed that he would be leaving soon to participate in the Heroes' Assembly. But before he left, he would definitely pay a visit to Man tribe. Looking at Fang Yuan and Gu tribe's father and son riding the hump wolf away, Mantu's smile faded, turning ugly. It seems that this Gu Yao is really dead. Mantu's tone was gloomy. Lord Father, don't worry. Manduo sneered, this Gu tribe wants to stay in Hongyan Valley, they need our help, they cannot run away. Being enlightened by his son, Mantu's expression eased up, he patted Manduo's shoulder. You can see this clearly, I was too stubborn. These years, Man tribe has been expanding continuously, it is all thanks to you. Unfortunately, you are only C grade, your aptitude is not good. When father abdicates and your brother takes over Man tribe, you need to assist him. Yes, father, don't worry. Manduo's reply was crisp and clear, but he was snorting in his heart. He was also father's son. Why could he not fight for the tribe leader position, why must he give it to his brother? Was poor aptitude the reason why he could not become the tribe leader? No. If brother becomes the tribe leader, he will definitely kill me. Sigh, such a pity. I proposed to Gu Yao because I wanted Gu tribe to become my wife tribe, to become my force. Damn it, the heavens are playing tricks on us. Gu Yao is dead. Unfilial son, kneel. Once in the secret room, only the father and son were left, old tribe leader's face darkened, he roared at Gu Guang. Father! Gu Guang jumped in fright, although he did not know why his father suddenly became angry, he subconsciously knelt on the ground. Father, I am your son, you can scold me however you want, as long as you can calm down. But I have a small request, after father calms down, please tell me why you are so angry. I will change in the future, I will not make you angry anymore. Gu Guang said. Old patriarch Gu chuckled coldly and stood in front of Gu Guang. He pointed at the bridge of his nose and said, I know you are very unconvinced in your heart. Father will tell you the reason now and let you know how dangerous tonight is. Do you think Manduo is really interested in your sister's beauty? Gu Guang was dazed, is it not? Guyao is the beauty of our tribe, many young men are pursuing her. Chapter 454. Ah, Man tribe wants to annex our Gu tribe? Gu Guang gasped. Old Gu tribe leader heaved a long sigh. Sigh, your sister is dead, they are not willing to listen to my explanation, why? It is because they want to use this excuse as a legitimate reason to attack. But I found Chang Shan-yin to help me. Chang Shan-yin is a hero of Northern Plains, he has great prestige and has Chang tribe as his backing, Man too does not dare to twist logic, thus he regretfully stopped tonight. Gu Guang was shocked, so there is such a twist behind this? But father, I do not understand, since you saw through Man tribe's intentions, why did you agree to this marriage and betroth my sister to that monkey man duo? Old Gu tribe leader bent his finger and knocked on Gu Guang's head. Do you not have a brain? Why did you agree to this marriage? Do you think I want to mistreat my daughter? It's all because of the approaching snowstorm. If we can marry into the Man family, we can stay in Hongyan Valley and protect our own tribe as much as possible. We can sacrifice your sister's happiness to protect the entire Gu tribe. This marriage is a transaction. Sigh, it is a pity that your sister escaped and died in poison grassland. Gu Guang frowned, blinking his eyes. Father, I understand now. No, you still do not understand. Old Gu tribe leader understood his son very well, he continued to explain in disappointment. Tonight, Man tribe father and son invited Chang Shan-yin on the surface, and we accompanied him. But the truth is, their true motive is to deal with us. And I will use Chang Shan-yin as a shield. That man duo took out the chase smoke Gu, he is extremely sinister. When all of you were suspecting Chang Shan-yin, I swore to Chang Shan-yin that I would trust him. Do you think I am not suspicious? I am not that muddle-headed. Old Gu tribe leader stomped his feet, saying with a bleak tone, but I do not dare to suspect him. We are able to resist Man tribe because of Chang Shan-yin's strength. If we suspect him, then Man tribe father and son will have succeeded in sowing discord between us and Chang Shan-yin. If Chang Shan-yin does not stand on our side, we might not even be able to return to tonight's banquet. Gu Guang's face was filled with shock. Is the Man clan so daring to kill us? Why do you think you were surrounded by so many wind wolves when you went out to search? In Northern Plains, were there any lack of methods to use beast groups to kill others? But in this situation, the Man clan won't kill us, but they will definitely put us under house arrest. At that time, the Man tribe will use Guyao's matter as an excuse to swallow our Gu tribe. Without us, the Gu tribe will be like a group of dragons without a leader. After hearing his father's explanation, Gu Guang finally understood the danger tonight, and his face revealed an expression of fear. For the tribe, for the big picture, even if Chang Shan-yin is the murderer, we cannot suspect him. Do you really think I have forgotten the hints and clues, Gu? How could this be? But you had to mention this, what if Chang Shan-yin is really the culprit? Old Gu tribe leader spoke with deep sincerity. Gu Guang fell into silence. After a long while, he said, that is why father gifted the precious rank 5 hints and clues Gu to Chang Shan-yin. Is it to mend the crack in our relationship and make him stand on our side? Old Gu tribe leader nodded. You finally have some understanding. Son, although your aptitude is outstanding and your cultivation is high. But to become the new tribe leader of Gu tribe, you are still far from it. Father, it is great to have you here. I will definitely learn from you in the future. Gu tribe can lose anyone, but you cannot. Gu Guang said sincerely. Old Gu tribe leader shook his head. Time and tide wait for no man, I am already old, Gu tribe still needs to rely on you. Sigh. After this incident, I have finally understood Man 2's character. He is a greedy jackal, no matter how much wealth we have, it will not be enough for him. Now that your sister is gone, we have lost the right to borrow Hongyan Valley. We cannot split up the tribe and join Man tribe, right? No, Gu tribe cannot be destroyed like this, otherwise, I will be the greatest sinner of Gu tribe. After this night, I have thought it through, I cannot stay here, I will be killed by Man tribe sooner or later. A few days later, we will set off for the heroes' assembly. Father, if we leave like this, will Man tribe let us off easily? Gu Guang asked worriedly. Of course they will not let us off, but we will follow Chang Shan-yin. Man too is wary of Chang Shan-yin, he will not dare to make a move. Old Gu tribe leader snickered. Then if we use senior Chang Shan-yin like this, isn't it? Gu Guang was slightly embarrassed. You idiot. Why not use him? What is wrong with using him? A good hunter is good at making use of everything around them. When we lack strength, we will use intelligence to make up for it. All of this is for the survival of the tribe. Old Gu tribe leader stopped after reprimanding, a complex expression appearing on his face, but this Chang Shan-yin is indeed a hero worthy of his reputation, maybe he has already seen through it, but he is still on our side. Such righteousness, supporting the weak, this is the true role model of the righteous path, he is the light of the world. Son, rejoice that our Gu tribe met such a person. Time passed quickly, several days passed. Inside the room, Fang Yuan looked at the bone bamboo gu in his hand, it was burnt by the ghost fire, he let out a breath of turbid air, this is the last bone bamboo gu. These days, he had been cultivating diligently, using up to 100 bone bamboo gu in the gift box. After his vigorous repair, the 8 most serious injuries on the battle bone wheel were all healed. Although the war bone wheel was still full of scars, it was finally out of danger. After returning the battle bone wheel to his aperture, Fang Yuan started to inspect his aperture. He had rank 4 peak stage cultivation. Thus, the 4 walls of the aperture were transparent. 90% of his primeval sea was made up of true gold primeval essence. But Fang Yuan had just arrived in northern plains, he had not adapted to the environment yet, so his true gold primeval essence was only equivalent to initial stage light gold primeval essence. Thus, Fang Yuan's cultivation had stopped for the time being. Using light gold primeval essence, he could not break through the barrier and become a rank 5 Gu master. It is not like there is no way to speed up my adaptation. The most common way is to use 3rd watch Gu to speed up my own time. But this way, the Gu master's remaining lifespan will be shortened by 3 times. This was a short-sighted move, Fang Yuan naturally would not take it. It was not because he treasured his lifespan, but because of spring-autumn cicada. If Fang Yuan used 3rd watch Gu on himself, the flow of the river of time would be 3 times faster. Then, the spring-autumn cicada residing in his body would also recover 3 times faster. Other than his vital Gu spring-autumn cicada and the fixed immortal travel Gu hidden in poison grassland, Fang Yuan had many Gu worms on him now. The first were the 2 rank 5 Gu, both from northern plains. One was the battle bone wheel, it was currently being repaired and could not provide any help in the short term. The other was the clues and clues Gu, it could be used for reconnaissance and tracking. Gu tribe has quite the foundation, they actually have a rank 5 clues and clues Gu. This Gu can be used to track Gu worms, it is a powerful method to capture wild Gu worms and prevent them from escaping. Unfortunately, although old Gu tribe leader has this Gu worm, he does not dare to search for his own daughter. Fang Yuan was clear about the conflict between Gu tribe and Man tribe. Man tribe's 3rd son, Man Duo, had great ambitions, he wanted the tribe leader position. But due to his insufficient cultivation, he set his sights on Gu tribe. He wanted to marry Gu Yao and make Gu tribe his wife tribe, to help him fight for the tribe leader position. Man too might not be able to see Man Duo's true intentions, but he had always been interested in annexing Gu tribe. Gu tribe, on the other hand, wanted to use the marriage alliance and sacrifice Gu Yao, using Man tribe's Hong Yen Valley to survive the once-a-decade blizzard and get through the current crisis. Gu tribe naturally did not want to split up the tribe, but Man tribe wanted to swallow this fat piece of meat. But they were afraid of being stuck in the meat. After Gu Yao escaped, Man tribe used this legitimate excuse to not let go. They might even attack Gu Guang in secret. As long as they killed Good Tribe leader and his son, Good Tribe would be leaderless and fall into internal strife. It would be easier for Man Tribe to swallow them. Gu Guang was ignorant, but the old chief of Good Tribe was old and experienced. He gradually understood the situation and realized that he could not satisfy Man Tu's greed. But he was in deep trouble, so he could only endure it and stay in the tribe all day long, not giving Man Tribe any chance to do anything. And Chang Shan Yin's arrival gave Good Tribe hope of escaping. Good Tribe leader might have thought of making use of Fang Yuan's Chang Shan Yin identity when he found out about it. Thus, he warmly received Fang Yuan, and even gave him 1,000,000 as a gift. Next, he made good use of it, borrowing Chang Shan Yin's strength to compete with Man Tribe. That banquet under the moonlight seemed to be a joyous and harmonious affair, but in reality, the competition between the three parties was surging with undercurrents, hidden with the dangers of blades and axes. The result was, Man Tribe suffered a setback. Not only did they not target Good Tribe, they even lost Gu Yao's legitimate excuse. But this side did not fail, they were still the strongest. On Good Tribe's side, Chang Shan Yin was sent out. Using his strength, they successfully defended their tribe and temporarily survived this crisis. They succeeded, but they were still in a weak position. As for Fang Yuan, he pretended to be ignorant. Using the competition between the two sides, he achieved his original goal of appearing on the stage, and at the same time, he benefited from it and strengthened himself. Man was the spirit of all living things. Battles between people were not just simple and desperate fights. Even in northern plains where people were fierce, there were battles of wits and schemes. As for Gu Yao, this innocent young girl was only a sacrifice in the political battle between the two tribes. And according to Fang Yuan's guess, Gu Yao's escape from the marriage was also very strange. To be able to escape from the Good Tribe camp, which was loose on the outside but tight on the inside, it might have been arranged by Good Tribe leader to probe Man Tribe. Unfortunately, accidents always happen in reality. No matter how good the schemes were, they could not keep up with the changes. Maybe Man Tribe leader's eldest and second son's forces made a move, afraid of Man Duo's influence and hoping for Gu Yao to die. In any case, Gu Yao escaped to Poison Grassland and met Fang Yuan, which led to the series of events. Shaking his head, Fang Yuan threw these guesses out of his mind. The foundation of any scheme is strength. Why did Man Tribe not annex Gu Tribe? It is because they are not a super tribe, they are only a large tribe with limited strength. Other than using me, the reason why the Gu family was able to turn the situation around was that they were once a large family and had a foundation. If Gu Tribe leader had rank 5 cultivation, he would have taken out traces and clues Gu long ago. Chapter 455. The development of the matter was as Fang Yuan expected. A day later, old Gu Tribe leader visited Fang Yuan, saying that he had thought things through. He did not want to stay in Hongyan Valley, but wanted to migrate the tribe to participate in the Heroes' Assembly and fight for a place in the imperial court. Fang Yuan knew old Gu Tribe leader's intention. He wanted to use Chang Shan Yin to escape from Man Tribe's control. Fang Yuan agreed readily. If he traveled alone in the grassland, it would be troublesome. With the Gu clan traveling with them, the risk would be greatly reduced. At the same time, it would be a cover for him. Brother Gu understands, but it is better to leave as soon as possible. Once there are any disturbances, Man Tribe will sense it immediately. Fang Yuan instructed. Old Gu Tribe leader's heart shook. Hearing this, he understood that Chang Shan Yin was an understanding person. Fang Yuan continued, I had agreed to Man Tribe's request and wanted to visit them. But since Gu Tribe wants to migrate, to be safe, I will not visit them. Just say that I have been cultivating for the past few days and feel that my cultivation level is showing signs of recovering, so I will go into closed cultivation. I will write a letter now, brother can find someone to pass it to me. If Gu Tribe did not migrate, there was nothing wrong with Fang Yuan visiting Man Tribe. But now that Gu Tribe wanted to leave, Man Tribe was not willing to let go of this juicy piece of meat. Man tribe was wary of Gu tribe and Chang Shan Yin's alliance. Man tribe might put Chang Shan Yin under house arrest and turn around to deal with Gu tribe. Earlier, when Gu Guang found the winged wolves, it was very likely Man tribe's handiwork. Man tribe was a righteous path faction. They would not kill Chang Shan Yin in consideration of their reputation, but Gu tribe was too juicy. They could use all sorts of reasons to put Chang Shan Yin under house arrest. Old Gu tribe leader heard Fang Yuan's words and looked at him deeply. He stood up and bowed. In front of brother, what is this bit of intelligence? I was muddle-headed earlier. Brother is still able to see the whole situation clearly. Ha ha ha, it's normal for one to lose oneself in a situation like this. You don't have to worry about it, old brother. As long as we leave this place, the Gu family will have a bright future. Fang Yuan comforted the Gu family patriarch. Then, he wrote a letter on the spot and passed it to the Gu family patriarch. Brother Gu, I still need to continue cultivating, so I won't be seeing you off. Today, I will give the order to prepare for migration. The letter will definitely be delivered. Goodbye. Elder Gu took the letter and left the room. After returning to the king's tent, he immediately summoned the clan elders and gave the order for the entire clan to prepare for migration. After Gu Yao's marriage, the elders of Gu tribe all had a bad impression of Man tribe. They all praised Man tribe's wisdom. Gu family's father and son returned to the study room. The old clan leader opened Fang Yuan's letter on the spot. Dad, your behavior is not very good, right? Gu Guang felt embarrassed. Hey, today I'll give you another lesson. This is Chang Shan Yin's letter to Man too, but he did not use the letter Gu. Do you know why? Gu tribe leader chuckled. Is it because he does not have a letter Gu? No, if he wanted to use a letter Gu, he could have borrowed it from our Gu tribe. Gu Guang thought for a moment before his eyes brightened. Did he do this on purpose? He, that's right. The reason why he used this ordinary letter is to let us see it. Gu tribe is going to migrate, he will be on the same path as us. This letter is to express his intention to cooperate with us. Come here, let us father and son take a look. Saying so, Gu tribe leader opened the letter. The content of the letter was simple. It stated that he needed to go into closed cultivation to recover his cultivation. He expressed his regret that he could not visit Man tribe personally, and said that he would make up for this regret in the future. At the latter part of the letter, Fang Yuan requested to purchase bone bamboo Gu from Man tribe, expressing that he was willing to buy it at 20% higher than the market price. At the same time, he wrote a large pile of Gu refinement materials, as well as third watch Gu and other Gu worms, hoping to trade. So Uncle Chang Shan Yin needed these things. Dad, I feel that our Gu tribe should try our best to satisfy him. After all, he has helped us so much. Gu Guang said. Gu tribe leader, however, stared at the letter in his hand, his eyes shining brightly as he felt a chill in his heart. Gu tribe and Man tribe's battle was mostly done in the dark. They did not fight openly. This was the rule of the righteous path. There were many sacrifices. A Gu tribe elder died because of Man duo's challenge, and Gu Yao also died in poison grassland. Other than that, there were also many Gu masters who died in the wolf's mouth. In this battle, be it Man tribe or Gu tribe, they were not the victors. Man tribe did not achieve their goal, and Gu tribe had many sacrifices. There was only one person who truly benefited from it. This person was Chang Shan Yin. Think about it. Chang Shan Yin came from poison grassland. He was penniless and did not even have a complete collection of Gu worms. But now, in this battle, he earned a lot. Just the Yuan stone alone was worth over 1 million. Not to mention that rank 5 hints and clues Gu. Gu tribe leader suddenly understood. Gu tribe made use of Chang Shan Yin, but wasn't Chang Shan Yin also making use of Gu tribe? Chang Shan Yin looked like he was innocently sandwiched between the two tribes, falling into the whirlpool of battle and getting into trouble that he should not have. But the truth was, neither side wanted to offend him, he instead benefited from both sides. We do not need to prepare these things for Chang Shan Yin. Man tribe will send the things in this letter to him, and they might even give them to him for free. Good tribe leader let out a breath of turbid air, as if trying to get rid of the chill in his heart. Ah! Gu Guang was extremely shocked. This is impossible, right? Uncle Chang Shan Yin is clearly helping us. Man tribe can't be so stupid, right? Those who are in high positions have different views. How much can these things be worth? Just over 100,000 yuan stone. To Man tribe, it is not even worth mentioning, not even a drop in the ocean. Paying such a price to befriend an expert, why not? Think about it, how much did we give Chang Shan Yin? Gu Guang immediately thought of the 1 million yuan stone, as well as the traces of that rank 5 gu. Gu tribe leader heaved a deep sigh. There was a deeper meaning in this. It was too early to explain it to Gu Guang. Why did Chang Shan Yin want to make a deal with Man tribe? This was not a deal, but a friendship. Using this method, Chang Shan Yin expressed to Man tribe that although he went against the agreement and did not visit Man tribe, and was in Gu tribe, he was not Man tribe's enemy. He did not want to become enemies with Man tribe, but wanted to be friends, thus he could make a deal. Man too was not an idiot, he could understand the goodwill in Chang Shan Yin's letter. If Man tribe rejected this deal, it would be rejecting Fang Yuan's goodwill. If they traded according to the price, they would be expressing their dissatisfaction. If they gave it to Chang Shan Yin, it would mean Man tribe accepted this goodwill, and was willing to befriend Chang Shan Yin. This deal was not the main point was the meaning behind the deal. This kind of obscure and hidden communication was something the righteous path higher-ups often played. Gu tribe leader suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He had a thought, this Chang Shan Yin is helping Gu tribe not because of his righteous nature, but because he can only obtain the greatest benefits by standing together with Gu tribe. Man tribe was powerful, Chang Shan Yin was only the icing on the cake. But Gu tribe was weak. With Chang Shan Yin, he was a timely help, an important factor that could tip the scales of strength. This thought made Gu tribe leader's body shudder. He felt a chill in his heart, almost to his bones. Old tribe leader subconsciously denied this guess. If a hero like Chang Shan Yin is so scheming, then what justice and light is there in this world? I am gauging the heart of a gentleman with my own mean measure. 3 days later. Man tribe's father and son stood on a hill, watching Gu tribe slowly move south. Lord Father. I have something I don't understand, I would like to ask you. Man duo spoke. Speak. You gave all the things you mentioned in the letter to Chang Shan Yin, I can understand that. But why did you give 30,000 loads of rations to Gu tribe? Gu tribe, this fat piece of meat, flew away, but we still have to stick to it. This. Man duo had an unwilling expression. Man two's gaze was deep, looking at Gu tribe's departing figures. He only said one sentence, Man Hao, you explain. Elder Man Hao, who was standing at the side, smiled and explained, Third young master does not need to worry, Lord tribe leader has already made arrangements. If Gu tribe wants to leave like this, they are too naive. Among the 30,000 loads of rations, many wolf lure gu have already been secretly used. At the same time, tribesmen are already luring them. There are about 3 myriad wolf groups waiting for them. So that's it. Man duo immediately understood, father is wise. Once Gu tribe cannot resist the wolf groups, we will move out and save them, using this chance to annex them. Even if people question us in the future, these 30,000 loads of rations will show Lord Father's sincerity, it will shut their mouths. But at the end, Man duo's tone was hesitant. Man Hao sighed, continuing, but this way, Gu tribe will also suffer heavy losses. Our gains from annexing Gu tribe will be much lesser. We will even need to invest a portion of our wealth to take care of the injured. But Man duo shook his head. Man Hao was not talking about his worries. Gu tribe has that Chang Shan Yin. He is called the Wolf King. Can these wolf groups stop him? Man Tu frowned slightly. Man duo's words were what he was thinking. He had the same worry. But Good Tribe left too decisively. Man Tribe was a righteous path cultivator. They had to consider the impact of their actions. They could only lure out these 3 myriad wolf groups in a short period of time. If Good Tribe survives the attack of these wolves, then Man Tribe can only watch as they leave. But if Good Tribe suffered heavy losses during the attack, Man Tribe would have a reason to send troops to save them. The biggest variable in this plan was Chang Shan-in. Third young master, don't worry, although this Chang Shan-in is called the Wolf King, that was 20 years ago. His cultivation has already fallen to rank 4 initial stage. During the banquet, we also secretly investigated him. His soul is no longer 1,000-man soul. Now, it is only 100-man soul. Brute House said with a disdainful tone. He, even if he is the Wolf King, he is just an old Wolf King struggling at death's door. Furthermore, what trump cards does he have? Only over 1,000 wind wolves, over 1,000 poison beard wolves, and over 1,000 water wolves. Ha ha ha, against tens of thousands of wolf groups, what can these troops do? In my opinion, his reputation will be ruined soon. Let's wait to annex Good Tribe. Chapter 456. Urgent report. 3,000 li ahead, a large group of turtleback wolves have appeared. There are so many of them, it seems to be a myriad wolf group. Good Tribe's investigative Gu master rushed over and reported to old Good Tribe leader. Good Tribe leader's expression was solemn as he waved his hand at the person, continue investigating. Not long ago, he had already received the letter Gu sent by the investigative Gu master. But in the battlefield, to prevent the letter Gu from being intercepted by the enemy, there would usually be investigative Gu masters rushing back and forth to personally deliver the letter. Turtleback wolves have the strongest defense among wild wolves. 10,000 turtleback wolves are a tough bone to chew. Gu masters had attracted them earlier, but there was no effect. This wolf group is still coming towards us. How many days has it been since we started migrating? This wolf group is already here. It seems Man Tribe doesn't want to let us off. Fortunately, their speed is not good, giving us time to set up the formation. The elders of Gu family discussed among themselves. In this chaotic northern plains, Gu masters who could climb to a high position were not fools. By now, they had already reacted and recognized the reality. Gu Tribe's troops had already stopped moving, forming a circular formation. Large numbers of Gu masters were nervously using Gu worms to build high walls, arrow towers, and many layers of defense. And Gu Tribe's higher-ups were guarding the central area. My son. Gu Tribe leader softly called. Lord Father, your son is here. Gu Guang immediately received the order. Go and invite Lord Chang Shan-in over. This was a battle of life and death for Gu Tribe. Old Gu Tribe leader was not willing to let go of any battle strength. Yes. Gu Guang bowed and left. Just as he left the main tent, he saw Fang Yuan. Uncle. Gu Guang happily called out and bowed. Fang Yuan nodded and walked forward, his tones slightly anxious. I already know about the wolf group's invasion. How is it? How is the situation? There is still about 7 minutes before the wolf group attacks. Since our tribe migrated, to prevent Man Tribe from playing any tricks, Father has sent light cavalry and expanded the scouting range to 600 li. Gu Guang followed Fang Yuan's footsteps and reported. The two arrived at the main tent, which was situated on a hill. The mound was also raised by Gu worms. Gu Tribe's higher-ups stood on the mound and had a good view. If they were attacked by a group of eagles, or crows, the Gu family would dig a hole in the ground. In short, there were different ways to deal with it. Seeing the higher-ups of the Gu family, everyone hurriedly bowed. The atmosphere was tense, as though a storm was brewing. With Brother Wolf King's help, Gu Tribe is so honored. I am also at ease. Old Tribe leader of Gu Tribe sighed. His gratitude was beyond words. The fate between me and the Gu family is not shallow. Friends should help each other, it's only right. What's the situation? Fang Yuan asked. Wolf King, please take a look. Good tribe leader led Fang Yuan to the table, pointed at the sheepskin map, and introduced the surrounding terrain, Good tribe's defense line, and the movement of the wolf pack. Your Highness has made the appropriate arrangements. There is nothing wrong with your response. Fang Yuan first complimented. He then extended his finger and pointed at the markings on the map. Everyone looked over. This was a river beside the camp. Since there is such a danger zone, why don't we use it for defense? Fang Yuan suggested. Brother, you might not know, we had the same idea before. But the large group moves slowly, there is not enough time to set up camp and defense line after reaching the river. Old tribe leader smiled bitterly. When tribes migrate, most of the tribesmen use big stomach horses. But big stomach horses are loaded, and their speed is slow. Good tribe Gu masters ride hump wolves and can quickly move to the river. But most of the mortals can only fall behind. When the wolf pack comes, the mortals will be slaughtered. No tribe has mortals, how can there be future Gu masters? Mortals are the foundation of all tribes. But Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Brother, I am also a northern plainsman, I know this. We cannot get close to the river, but we can make the river water come to us. Once he said this, Good tribe's higher-ups' eyes brightened. That's right, we can dig a canal and draw the river water to assist in defense. Turtleback wolves have heavy bodies and are unable to swim. Once they fall into the river, they will sink to the bottom and drown. Lord Tribe Leader, quickly give the order. Old Tribe Leader also said straightforwardly, yes, Gu Chui Team 1, Gu Xiang Team 7 and Gu Mi Team 18, immediately stop what they are doing and go to the river to dig the canal. Next, order Team 3, 5 and 16 to take over the construction tasks of Team 1, 7 and 18. Yes. The investigative Gu masters outside the tent immediately received the order. After a few breaths of time, 6-letter Gu flew out and towards the distance. Fortunately, brother is here to guide us. Old tribe leader bowed towards Fang Yuan, his expression of gratitude coming from the bottom of his heart. Just based on Fang Yuan's suggestion, he could save hundreds of Good tribe Gu masters, or even more sacrifices. He is the Wolf King after all. At once, Good tribe's elders' gazes towards Fang Yuan also faintly changed, they were filled with admiration and admiration. Time always passes very quickly amidst nervousness and busyness. Investigative Gu masters returned to the camp one after another and reported the wolf group's location. At the same time, the number of turtleback wolves was also clearly investigated. There were over 38,000 of them. When the wolf group was only 800 li away from the camp, old Gu tribe leader started to gather the investigative Gu masters in an orderly manner. At 500 li, the ditch was dug and the river water was drawn in. At 300 li, the 3 defensive lines were completed and the combat teams were urgently in position. The support Gu masters and logistics Gu masters in charge of construction retreated to the rear and used yuan stones to quickly recover their primeval essence, not daring to relax for even a moment. When the battle line is not able to hold on, they would be the backup team, the reinforcements. At around 100 li, there were vague shadows of wolves in the horizon. In the main tent, 8 investigative Gu were activated and smoke rose, showing the scene in all directions. The turtleback wolf group was mainly charging from the north, but there were also many in the northeast and southeast. The wolf group was getting closer and closer, even mortals could see them. Turtleback wolves had broad bodies, their whole bodies were dark green and their eyes were eerie blue. On their backs, there was a turtle-like carapace. This carapace was very heavy, about a third of the weight was concentrated inside. Other than defense, it was also similar to a camel's hump, having the effect of storing nutrients. 10,000 wolves galloped, the ground started to tremble. Fang Yuan walked out of the main tent and gazed at the grassland, only to see the boundless wolf group covering the ground. Looking down at the camp, Gu tribesmen were busy but not in a mess. Living in northern plains, encountering beast attacks was a common thing. Thus, be it Gu masters or mortals, they all had strong mental fortitude. The first defensive line in the north was the first to engage in battle. Attack! The Gu master leader on the tall tower shouted loudly and sent out a wind blade. Soon after, the surrounding Gu masters attacked at the same time. A row of wind blades flew out and slashed, instantly knocking over dozens of turtleback wolves. The wolf group got closer and closer. The Gu masters gave up on using the wind blades and switched to the more powerful fire Gu, lightning Gu, and so on. For a moment, the battlefront was filled with countless colorful lights and shadows, like fireworks. The roars of humans, the furious howls of the wolf group, and the sharp whistling sound of the wind blades piercing through the air, all of them merged into one. The wolf group withstood the rain of attacks and successfully charged forward. They first collided with the earth wall. The earth wall was thick, and the base was reinforced with a layer of copper and iron. Countless turtleback wolves were smashed until their heads bled and died on the spot. But the wolf group advanced wave after wave, some stepped on the corpses of their comrades and jumped up. Some clawed at the earth wall, trying to break it. Next, the southeast and northeast defensive lines also started to engage in battle. Battle cries shook the sky and casualties started to appear. Healing Gu masters started to display their usefulness. Because of the ample preparations, the whole Gu tribe camp started to operate in an orderly manner. Look, it's the myriad beast wolf king. Someone pointed in a direction and shouted. Everyone immediately looked towards the direction of the voice. This turtleback myriad wolf king was so huge that even if an ordinary turtleback wolf expanded by 10 times, it would still be slightly inferior to it. Its domineering aura manifested as it squatted on the ground and howled, commanding the wolf group to split up. The turtleback wolf group split into 5 to 6 groups and started to attack Gu tribe camp, trying to find a loophole in the defense. Like this, wolf shadows appeared all around Gu tribe, and the whole periphery of the camp started to fight. On a nameless hill outside the battlefield, Man tribe used Gu worms to conceal themselves and used investigative Gu to observe from afar. Ha, they are fighting. Elder Man Hao laughed in schadenfreude. Gu tribe actually diverted the water into a canal. That old man Gu is really an old fox. But this is over 30,000 turtleback wolves. Even if Gu tribe can resist them, they will suffer heavy losses. Man Hong sneered. He looked very similar to tribe leader Man Tu, and was the eldest son of Man tribe, with rank 3 middle stage cultivation. Young tribe leader is right. Even if Gu tribe blocked the first wave of wolves, there will still be the second and third wave. Man Hao flattered. Although Man Hong was the eldest son, Man tribe had not officially appointed a young tribe leader. But Man Hao had already submitted to Man Hong and was his hardcore supporter. He called Man Hong young tribe leader, which was both flattery and expectation. Young tribe leader. Man Hong did not refute, instead nodding and continuing, Father gave me this important mission. After I complete it, I will have made a great contribution. Once I return to the tribe, I will probably become the young tribe leader. Unfortunately, that scoundrel Man Duo did not come along. Otherwise, I will borrow someone else's knife to kill him, and get rid of that treacherous kid. Although Man Duo is smart, his aptitude is insufficient, he is not young tribe leader's match. Look, the 100 wolf kings have entered the battlefield. Man Hao said. 100 beast kings had rank 2 Gu worms on their bodies, and had great battle strength. Their participation in the battle immediately increased the pressure on Gu tribe's frontline. The number of casualties soared, and even 200 to 300 wolf kings smashed through the mud walls, fiercely stabbing into Gu tribe's defensive line. He. Seeing Gu tribe Gu masters dying one after another, Man Hong's lips curled up, revealing a sinister smile. This group of ignorant fools, they actually didn't join Man tribe, now they are suffering. Man Hong's laughter stopped. Using his Gu Worm's investigative ability, he saw 100 Wolf King was implanted with wolf enslavement Gu. It immediately changed sides, and after letting out a howl, it caused chaos in the wolf group around it. Next, these turtleback wolves followed the Wolf King into Gu tribe's camp, and gathered at the feet of a Gu master. Looking at this Gu master, Man Hong squinted. Is this Wolf King Chang Shanin? Yes. Man Hao confirmed. Man Hong sneered. Father said that he's the biggest variable. I want to see what ability he has. Chapter 457. Look over there, it is the great hero of Northern Plains, Chang Shanin. Chang Shanin has made his move, he is truly extraordinary. Gu tribe's camp was filled with cheers. Not only Man tribe's Gu masters, even Gu tribe's Gu masters were looking at Fang Yuan. Just now, Fang Yuan had made a small demonstration by taking 100 Wolf King as his subordinate, immediately causing hundreds of turtleback wolves to submit to him, turning the situation around for the better. Chang Shanin. On a tall hill, Gu tribe leader stared at Fang Yuan's back as he muttered. Everyone had a question in their hearts. The former Wolf King, the once famous genius of Northern Plains, how much strength did he have left now? Fang Yuan looked at these tens of thousands of turtleback wolves with a fervent gaze. In other people's eyes, these wolf groups were scourges. But in Fang Yuan's eyes, these were gifts that came to him on their own initiative. He was worried that he did not have enough wolves. If he could subdue these Wolf Kings, his strength would definitely rise sharply. Right now, the sky was blue and the sun was shining brightly. It was the time for a great battle. Gu tribe had made ample preparations. They had 3 earth walls as a defense line and also channeled water into a canal. The wolves would be separated layer by layer when they entered and would not be surrounded by the wolves. This was the geographical advantage. Looking at his side, Gu tribe's Gu masters were guarding him, and young tribe leader Gu Guang was the leader, ensuring his safety. Gu tribe's unity in resisting the wolf group was like a stronghold, all of them were united. This was human harmony. If I were to travel alone, I would definitely retreat if I met such a myriad beast group. But now, the timing and geographical advantage are right. This is a peerless opportunity, the opportunity is already in front of me, how can I not grab it? Thinking of this, Fang Yuan laughed heartily, his battle intent surging as he said to his left and right, everyone, follow me. Gu Guang and the others loudly responded. Under Fang Yuan's lead, the group of Gu masters started to move their camp and soon arrived at another part of the battlefield. Rumble. The tall arrow tower fell to the ground, smashing into pieces. The main culprit of this disaster let out a roar, and was fighting fiercely with more than 10 rank 2 Gu masters beside him. This was 100 Wolf King. By the time it reached here, the wolves around it had all died, leaving it to fight alone. The surrounding Gu masters continued to use Gu worms to attack it from afar, trapping it here and whittling away its life force. There were already 3 Gu masters' corpses on the ground. At this time, Fang Yuan and the others arrived at the scene riding on hump wolves. Wolf enslavement Gu, go. Fang Yuan pointed his finger, and the rank 2 wolf enslavement Gu turned into smoke, landing on the 100 Wolf King's body. The Wolf King roared again and again. It resisted with all its might, unwilling to be enslaved. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed. 100-man's soul, suppress. The Wolf King whimpered as the light smoke completely descended and fused into its body, instantly turning it into Fang Yuan's personal pet. The 100 Wolf King was lying on the ground, its claws and teeth withdrawn. Its body was covered in wounds, and blood was flowing out. Healing Gu Master. Fang Yuan lightly instructed as a person walked out from behind him and activated a Gu worm to heal this 100 Wolf King. This damned beast. He killed my brother. A young Gu master who had just joined the battle wanted to attack again. Gu can. Gu Guang shouted, staring at this person. The young Gu master straightened his neck and walked to the 100 Wolf King, kicking it fiercely, but did not attack again. Next, He covered his face and cried, making muffled sounds. The surrounding Gu masters were all sorrowful. The young Gu master cried a few times, before raising his head and wiping his tears. Go, let's continue killing wolves. Okay. Let's follow Big Brother Gu Kan. This ordinary small team once again entered the front line of the battlefield. Let's go to the next stop. Fang Yuan urged his wolf forward. At the northwest direction, 300 wolf kings broke through the earth wall and were wreaking havoc in the defensive line. Fang Yuan rushed to the scene. I am Wolf King Chang Shan-yin, all Gu masters listen to my commands. With Gu Guang beside him, he smoothly took over the commanding authority. These 300 wolf kings, what Gu worms do they have? Fang Yuan asked. Immediately, someone reported. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered as he split everyone into 3 groups. First group, lure the 100 wolf king on the left and let it enter the second line of defense. Fang Yuan ordered. Let it go. A Gu master was shocked, expressing his doubts. Fang Yuan stared at him fiercely. I said let it go, so let it go. Carry out my orders. Yes. Second group, you are in charge of restraining the wolf king on the right. You must destroy its defensive Gu. Yes. Third group, follow me. Fang Yuan commanded, going into battle personally. After a while of intense battle, he used the wolf enslavement Gu. Just as the smoke was about to fall, the wolf king suddenly spat out a flame from its mouth and burned the smoke away. Fang Yuan's expression turned cold. Losing the rank 2 wolf enslavement Gu caused his heart to ache. Gu Guang scolded, why does it still have a firelight Gu? Young tribe leader, please forgive us, this is the first time this wolf is using this Gu. The subordinate quickly reported. Gu Guang, you are in charge of this firelight Gu. Use all methods, I will come back later. Fang Yuan saw that he could not deal with this wolf king in a short time, so he immediately ordered his subordinates to deal with the problem. He then moved his target to another wolf king, using another wolf enslavement Gu. This wolf king's defensive Gu was destroyed by the Gu masters. Without any accidents, Fang Yuan successfully subdued it. Turning around, Gu Guang had already succeeded. The 100 wolf king's mouth was tightly bound by the green vines, unable to spit out any more fire. Good binding. Fang Yuan praised, activating another wolf enslavement Gu. The 100 wolf king watched as the smoke landed on its body. It resisted for a while, but its soul lost to the 100-man soul, becoming Fang Yuan's pet. After subduing these 200 wolf kings, Fang Yuan turned around and charged back. He also subdued the 100 wolf king at the third line of defense. In the blink of an eye, these 300 wolf kings were split up and subdued by Fang Yuan, resolving this crisis. Everyone was convinced, continuing to follow behind Fang Yuan, waiting for his orders. They had already found out that as long as they followed Fang Yuan's orders, they would have the least casualties. This Chang Shan-yin does have some skill. Outside the battlefield, eldest Zi Manhong looked at Fang Yuan's performance through the investigative Gu, his expression turning grim. His soul is a 100-man soul. It is not hard for him to subdue these 100 wolf kings. However, this alone was not enough to change the outcome of the battle. We still need to see his wolf enslavement skill. Man, how consoled. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on the ground, holding 2 yuan stone in his hands, replenishing his primeval essence. Activating wolf enslavement Gu did not expend much primeval essence, but the crucial point was the soul. Fang Yuan subdued 100 wolf kings, using his 100-man soul to suppress the 100 wolf kings. The collision between the souls caused Fang Yuan's soul to tremble and become restless. The vexed feeling in his heart became heavier and heavier. If he ignored it, he would feel dizzy, and in more serious cases, his soul would be damaged, he would lose his memory and his intelligence would drop. Fang Yuan closed his eyes to rest, calming his heart and soul. After resting for a while, the 100-man soul stabilized, all the vexed feeling vanished into thin air. Everyone, follow me and continue the battle. Fang Yuan rode on his hump wolf, Gu Guang and the rest followed closely behind. Like this, after a while, Fang Yuan subdued 300 wolf kings and over 800 ordinary turtleback wolves. Howl! Fang Yuan's actions thoroughly angered 1,000 wolf king. Seeing its subordinates surrender to someone else, this 1,000 wolf king roared and led its wolf group to charge towards Fang Yuan. 1,000 beast king could control thousands of wild beasts, and had several hundred beast kings as its subordinates. On its body, there was a rank 3 gu worm. Disregarding the wolf group, it needed at least 3 gu master groups with good coordination to hunt a single 1,000 beast king. Perhaps 3 rank 3 gu masters would be needed to barely fight one of them. Seeing the 1,000 wolf king leading its group to attack, Gu Guang and the rest's expressions changed. Most of them were rank 2 elites, only Gu Guang was a rank 3 gu master. Young tribe leader, don't panic, we are here to lend you a hand. At this time, 3 Gu tribe elders flew over. Fang Yuan had made an agreement with Gu tribe's higher-ups in the main tent, he needed Gu tribe's help. Ha, with your help, this wolf can be captured. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. A fierce battle immediately broke out. This 1,000 wolf king's attacks were berserk, as it pounced, bit, and clawed, it could actually produce wolf phantom images. It rampaged on the battlefield, tyrannically and unreasonably, wreaking havoc to its heart's content. But Fang Yuan's side was even more powerful. There were 4 rank 3 gu masters, 1 rank 4 gu master, and several rank 2 elites. After paying the price of light injuries to 2 elders, Fang Yuan finally found a good opportunity and used a rank 3 wolf enslavement gu. The rank 3 wolf enslavement gu turned into a light smoke, much thicker than the rank 2 wolf enslavement gu, and landed on the 1,000 wolf king's body. Fang Yuan used his 100-man soul to suppress it, and after a stalemate of over 10 breaths of time, the light smoke successfully landed and completely fused into the 1,000 wolf king's soul. This was the first 1,000 wolf king that Fang Yuan had subdued in this battle. As soon as the 1,000 wolf kings surrendered, the 200 wolf kings under its banner, as well as thousands of ordinary turtleback wolves, also followed suit. Such a large number of turtleback wolves rebelled and entered Gu tribe's camp, wiping out the entire battlefield. The whole wolf group only had 15,000 wolf kings, and now Fang Yuan had taken one. This time, even the myriad wolf king sensed something amiss and howled. A huge 4-leaf wind blade spun rapidly and flew towards Fang Yuan. 3-claw water dragon gu. A tribe elder roared and pushed with both hands, a light blue water dragon flew out and collided with the wind blade, immediately shattering into pieces and turning into rain. Fist stone gu. The second elder punched with his right fist, and instantly a huge rock condensed in the air like a tightly clenched right fist. As it flew over, it was cut off by the wind blade. Lightning net gu. The third elder threw out a large net with lightning coiling around it, temporarily trapping the wind blade. The wind blade was continuously weakened, and after falling into the lightning net, it continued to spin, and although it finally cut the lightning net, it was already at the end of its tether. It flew in the air and gradually dissipated. Fang Yuan did not make a move during the whole process. Gu tribe's gu masters were extremely careful to protect Fang Yuan, even though he was a rank 4 gu master and had a higher cultivation than them. The safety of an enslavement path gu master was extremely important. When fighting, there would often be other gu masters protecting them. Chapter 458. Myriad wolf king's attack made Gu tribesmen nervous. Far away, Man Hong's eyes shone, don't tell me this myriad wolf king is going to join the battle now. But soon, his eyes dimmed. After myriad wolf king's attack on Fang Yuan failed, it did not continue, but continued to command the wolf group from the rear. Another 1,000 wolf group rushed over, making up for the lack of manpower on this battlefield caused by the surrender of the 1,000 wolf king. This 1,000-wolf king's body was burning with scarlet flames, and black smoke was spewing out of its nostrils. This is rank 3 burning body goo. Fang Yuan recognized this goo worm. With this goo worm protecting the 1,000-wolf king, wolf enslavement goo's smoke would be burned to ashes before it could even land. Fang Yuan's eyelids twitched as he took a deep look at the distant Myriad Wolf King. Myriad Wolf King also seemed to be staring at him. At Myriad Beast King level, their intelligence would far surpass their own kind. This was clearly targeted at Fang Yuan. Gu Guang, stay behind and cooperate with the 3 elders to kill this wolf. The rest, follow me. Fang Yuan turned around and left. It was not impossible to subdue this 1,000-wolf king, but it was troublesome and a waste of time. If this one did not work, then he would change to another one. The battlefield was so big, Fang Yuan did not believe that all the wolf kings had methods to restrain wolf enslavement goo. Sure enough, he moved to a few places and reaped great profits. In just 2 hours, he had subdued another 1,700 wolf kings and 2,000 wolf kings. Adding the wolf groups from before, Fang Yuan had 4,000 wolf kings, over 300 wolf kings, and over 8,000 ordinary wolves, close to 10,000. Among them, most were turtleback wolves, but there was also 1,000 beast-level wind wolf king. Among the 100 wolf kings, there were poison-beard wolf king, water wolf king, and wind wolf king. After his drastic measures, the situation had changed. The difference in military strength on the battlefield was also increasing. The myriad wolf group that had over 30,000 was subdued by Fang Yuan, and countless more died, leaving only around 20,000. The battle was in full swing. Gu tribe leader's eyebrows loosened as he saw the hope of victory. With Chang Shan-yin's help, the pressure on our front line has lessened by a lot. As expected of a legendary hero. This ability is really impressive. This is not strange, he is a rank 4 Gu master. It is also enslavement path, it is most suitable for this kind of battlefield. The elders praised him and the atmosphere in the king's tent became relaxed. Don't be careless. The myriad wolf king hasn't made a move yet, so the outcome of this battle has yet to be determined. The Gu clan elder spoke in a timely manner. He warned. Lord Patriarch is right, we still can't relax. However, in my opinion, this myriad wolf king might not participate in the battle. It's very common for the wolf king to retreat after losing more than half of the wolf pack. Not good. While they were talking, the myriad wolf king suddenly howled. All the wolves on the battlefield heard this howl. At the same time, he launched a wild attack. More than 20,000 turtleback wolves risked their lives and charged towards the camp. For a moment, the Gu clan was caught unprepared and was defeated. Order the front line. Quickly retreat to the second line of defense. Gu clan elder immediately ordered. The wolf group has launched an all-out attack. Gu Guang, who was at the front line, had a change of expression. You guys go help the front line Gu masters retreat, I will return to the ranch to rest and reorganize, wait for my reinforcements. Fang Yuan's expression was like iron. Lord. We are here to protect you under the tribe leader's orders. Some Gu masters were hesitant. Fang Yuan stared with his eyes wide open. His eyes shone with a sharp light, everywhere his gaze passed, the Gu masters lowered their heads. Gu Guang. Fang Yuan looked at the Gu tribe's young tribe leader. Gu Guang gritted his teeth and said, I will listen to uncle. Saying so, he waved his hand, everyone, follow me. Fang Yuan rushed back to the ranch alone, surrounded by wolves. He gathered all the wolves together. Close to 10,000 wolves squeezed together, making this temporary ranch seem extremely small. Fang Yuan willed and a vigorous water wolf scuttled out from the wolf group. In the eyes of ordinary people, this was a water wolf. But in Fang Yuan's eyes, it was a white-eyes wolf. White-eyes wolves were mutated beasts, like Biao in a tiger group, thunder boar in a pig group and so on. Any ordinary adult exotic beast would automatically attract wild goo insects to live in its body, and it would possess battle prowess comparable to a myriad beast king. But this white-eyed wolf in front of him was only an infant and had not matured yet. Its fur was like water with a hint of blue, resembling an ordinary water wolf. But as long as one observed carefully, they would find that its pupils were less black and more white, very different from ordinary water wolves. When it fully matured, its entire wolf eyes would turn white. At the same time, their vision would increase greatly, comparable to some rank 4 investigative goo. Even at night, their vision would not be affected. In the market, Fang Yuan accidentally found this ingrate and bought the entire water wolf group it belonged to without batting an eyelid. Now, this white-eyed wolf had already been successfully planted with rank 3 wolf enslavement goo by Fang Yuan. At the same time, to speed up its growth, he used third watch goo. This caused the white-eyed wolf's appetite to increase sharply, 13 times that of an ordinary water wolf. At the same time, its lifespan would be shortened correspondingly. Go! Fang Yuan ordered inwardly, and this white-eyed wolf's speed surpassed the wind wolves, quickly leaving the farm and arriving at a high spot. Wolf care goo. Fang Yuan stretched out his hand and covered his right eye, looking at the white-eyed wolf with his left eye. At the same time, he activated his primeval essence and injected it into Chang Shan Yin's investigative goo. In an instant, the scene in his left eye changed. It was like he was standing at a high spot, looking down at the battlefield. This was the effect of wolf care goo, shifting a certain wolf's vision to the goo masters. Fang Yuan opened his right eye, and 2 different scenes appeared in his mind at the same time. On the left was the battlefield, allowing Fang Yuan to observe the situation at all times. On the right was the farm, with wolf groups huddled together. Fang Yuan summoned the wolf kings one by one, and searched their bodies for goo worms. If there were any rare goo worms, Fang Yuan would keep them himself, to prevent them from being destroyed in the battlefield. Of course, his main focus was still the wolf enslavement goo. Wolf enslavement goo was a one-time consumable goo. After capturing so many wolf kings, Fang Yuan had expended a lot of wolf enslavement goo. Normally speaking, a beast king's body would have a corresponding beast enslavement goo. As expected, Fang Yuan found a rank 3 wolf enslavement goo from these wolf kings. 5 rank 2 wolf enslavement goo. As for the other goo worms, they were ordinary, and there were 1 or 2 premium goo worms, but Fang Yuan was not interested in them, thus he left them on the wolf kings to preserve their battle strength. Wolf smoke goo. Fang Yuan activated this rank 4 healing goo. This goo was specially used to heal wolf injuries. Wolf smoke shrouded the whole farm, not dispersing for a long time. The primeval sea in Fang Yuan's aperture. It rapidly descended, and soon reached the bottom. Healing so many wolves at once consumed a lot of primeval essence. After his primeval essence reached the bottom, Fang Yuan took out Yuan stone and quickly recovered. Like this, he healed them twice. Fang Yuan saw a Gu tribe leader leading a group of elders, hurriedly rushing to the front lines. Not long after, intense explosions could be heard from the front lines. Through his left eye, Fang Yuan saw that the unmoving myriad wolf king had also entered the battlefield. Gu tribe leader and the rest were fighting it with all their might. Once the myriad wolf king appeared, its influence was huge. The wolf group attacked even more crazily under its lead. Gu tribe's second line of defense was thus broken through. Fortunately, with the canal blocking the way, most of the Gu tribe Gu masters successfully retreated. They retreated to the third line of defense. At once, the atmosphere of the battle was extremely heavy, and everyone was panicking. The third line of defense was the final line of defense, behind it were the mortals with low battle strength. Once it was lost, the consequences would be unthinkable. There is no time to heal anymore. He recovered 90% of his primeval essence in his aperture. Fang Yuan looked around. After 3 rounds of healing, the heavy injuries on these wolves became light injuries. The light injuries on the wolves were completely healed. Wolf howl Gu. Fang Yuan howled towards the sky, letting out an angry howl like a wolf king. The wolf group in the farm, under the effect of the Gu worms, had their bodies swell up, their spirits were roused, and their battle strength rose sharply. Fang Yuan laughed loudly, riding on the hump wolf, and with a thought, the wolf group howled together. Howl! Right now, the setting sun was like blood in the sky, strong winds blew, and the battle flags fluttered. The wolf howl could be heard even in the clouds, spreading for 1,000 li. Oh! Chang Shan-yin is finally making a move. Outside the battlefield, Man Hong and Man Hao's expressions became solemn. Gu tribesmen were overjoyed. Chang Shan-yin, it is Lord Chang Shan-yin. We still have Lord Chang Shan-yin. Lord Chang Shan-yin is coming to reinforce us, everyone hold on. Move aside, quickly open up a path for Lord Chang Shan-yin. At once, Gu tribesmen's morale rose sharply. Fang Yuan sat on the hump wolf, waving his hand as 10,000 wolves charged through the simple fences of the farm, but they did not go to reinforce the north, but to the south. Like a dam collapsing, a torrent of water gushed out. The entire wolf group quickly charged out of the camp, with the 1,200 beast kings as the arrowhead, charging into the battlefield. The wolf group had fought for a long time, they were already exhausted. Under the charge of such a large force, there were countless casualties. With just one charge, Fang Yuan caused the turtleback wolves in the southern battlefield to collapse. Wolf enslavement Gu. Wolf enslavement Gu. Wolf enslavement Gu. Under the protection of the wolf group, Fang Yuan attacked repeatedly. 3 wolf enslavement Gu turned into smoke and attracted 300 beast kings. Turn left, charge. With a thought, the entire wolf group army changed direction, charging towards the southeast battlefront of the camp. Fang Yuan's gaze was like an eagle, locking onto the 1,000 wolf king on the battlefront. The 1,000 wolf king howled, trying its best to mobilize the wolf group. But most of the wolves were stuck at the front lines, unable to turn back immediately. This 1,000 wolf king only managed to mobilize a few hundred wolves before they were overwhelmed by Fang Yuan's army. Rank 3 Wolf Enslavement Gu. Fang Yuan found an opportunity, and a puff of smoke descended. This 1,000 wolf king might have been scared stiff, it whimpered, but its soul did not resist as it went under Fang Yuan's command. This was the 5th 1,000 wolf king. The wolf group that was fighting with the Gu masters turned around and joined Fang Yuan's army under its call. Chapter 459. The Gu masters were fighting with great difficulty, but in the blink of an eye, the whole battlefield had calmed down. Their mortal enemies had instead become their allies. This is Lord Chang Shan-yin's method. So powerful, using his own strength to lead a myriad wolf group. No wonder he is called Wolf King. The Gu masters stared at Fang Yuan with dazed gazes. They watched his back as he left this place and charged towards another battlefield. Rampage, rampage. Anyone who dared to block his path would be swept away. With a thought, countless wild wolves would charge forward. With a finger, the sharp edge of a weapon would be unstoppable. Using his own strength to turn the tide and change the situation, this was the style of the enslavement path. Outside the battlefield, Man Hong, Man Hao and the others turned pale. Under their complicated gazes, Fang Yuan's wolf group expanded like a rolling snowball, increasing in number as he killed. Wherever he went, he swept away the battlefield. After a while, he left behind a mess and a group of dazed Gu masters. Such a wolf enslavement technique was tyrannical to the extreme. Under his immense strength, the slightest obstruction was directly crushed. Fang Yuan intentionally avoided the myriad wolf king battlefield and circled around Gu tribe's camp, subduing another 3,000 wolf kings. Adding on the previous ones, the number of 1,000 wolf kings had already risen to 8. As for the number of 100 wolf kings, it had nearly doubled, reaching as many as 59. Fang Yuan's wolf formation was like a monster, devouring almost all the turtleback wolves along the way and strengthening itself. After subduing these wolf kings, Fang Yuan's soul also received a backlash, making him feel restless and nauseous. Fang Yuan endured this uncomfortable feeling as he gathered the wolf group and returned to the ranch. The ranch could no longer hold these wolves. There were too many wolves, Fang Yuan could not count them all in a short time. He roughly estimated that there were definitely more than 12,000 wolves. Fang Yuan was not in a hurry to join the battle. Now that the situation was settled, he got off the hump wolf and closed his eyes to rest. During this period of time, he would open his eyes to take a look. With the ingrate monitoring the battlefield, Fang Yuan was constantly paying attention to the situation of Gu clan's patriarch and the others. These higher-ups of the Gu family could not die. Once he died, the Man family would be tempted. It was very likely that they would make a move. After resting for a while, Fang Yuan rejoined the battlefield. Although he had not fully recovered, he was no longer lacking in strength. This time, he only mobilized 8,000 wolf kings to participate in the battle. An ordinary wolf pack. To the myriad wolf king, the threat level was too low. Along the way, the Gu clansmen all shouted his name. Chang Shan-yin is here to help. Hearing such a commotion, the Gu tribesmen's higher-ups who were attacking myriad wolf king became energized. Members of the Gu clan, please retreat and rest for the time being. Let me handle this. Fang Yuan arrived at the battlefield. With a thought, the 8,000 wolf kings surrounded Zhang Xian. The myriad wolf king already had the intention to retreat, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break through the encirclement. Such a wolf taming technique. Seeing the myriad wolf king being easily toyed with by Fang Yuan, Man Hao, Man Hong and the others finally showed expressions of shock. Earlier, when Fang Yuan charged into the formation, it was only a grand formation that pushed everything in its path. He did not have the foundation of the wolf taming technique. Now, he was manipulating it meticulously. Northern Plains' first-rate beast taming technique was on full display. Merely 8,000 wolf kings, 7 of them. Due to the myriad wolf king's influence, they could not display their full strength. But under Fang Yuan's manipulation, the myriad wolf king felt like it was trapped in a huge army, or like a fly trapped in a spider's web. Eventually, the myriad wolf king was exhausted to death by Fang Yuan, and its counterattack at the last moment also took away the life of 1,000 wolf king. Wolf King. Lord Chang Shan-yin is the true wolf king. Looking at the myriad wolf king's enormous body collapsing, a Gu master shouted. Wolf King! Wolf King! Wolf King! After this battle, everyone felt that the title, Wolf King, was truly too appropriate. Shouts came one after another, soon forming into one. Many people raised their arms and cheered, some had fervent gazes, and some had tears streaming down their faces. This was a kind of emotion, a kind of worship towards a hero, and reverence towards strength. With this person here, it will not be easy for us to annex Gu tribe. Man Hong's expression was ashen. This battle had completely dispelled his ambitions and plans. Wolf King. Man Hao, who had always looked down on Chang Shan-yin, muttered absent-mindedly, muttering this title. There had never been a moment like this when he felt the weight of this title was so heavy. On the battlefield, Gu tribe leader led a group of elders and surrounded them. The past hero is still as glorious as ever. Today's battle has truly made me prostrate myself in admiration. On behalf of Gu tribe, I am extremely grateful to you for your help. Gu tribe leader bowed deeply towards Fang Yuan. Brother Gu, you are too serious. Let's clean up the battlefield as soon as possible. Fang Yuan smiled. The myriad wolf king's corpse was lying on the ground, but to avoid arousing suspicion, Fang Yuan did not overstep his boundaries. If I had a rank 4 wolf enslavement Gu, this turtleback myriad wolf king would be my subordinate. What a pity. Fang Yuan felt regret. Rank 4 Beast Enslavement Goo could control myriad beast kings. Once they had a myriad beast group, it would be a huge force to a tribe. Thus, in Northern Plains markets, Rank 4 Beast Enslavement Goo were not sold. Many goo worms would have their value rise sharply when they reached Rank 4 and above. Beast Enslavement Goo was one of them, and there were also Relic Goo. Thus, in the market, Fang Yuan only bought Rank 2 and 3 Wolf Enslavement Goo, and did not buy a Rank 4 Wolf Enslavement Goo. I have large numbers of Rank 2 and 3 Wolf Enslavement Goo now, I do not lack them. As for Rank 4 Wolf Enslavement Goo, it seems I will have to refine it myself. Fang Yuan currently lacked a Rank 4 Wolf Enslavement Goo. With a Rank 4 Goo, he could directly control the Myriad Wolf King, and indirectly control the Wolf Group through the Wolf King, reducing the burden on his soul. As for his mutated beast White Eyes Wolf, it was still an infant and could be enslaved with Rank 3 Goo. But once it matures, it would need a Rank 4 Goo, otherwise it would not listen and might even escape. Lord, we found a Rank 4 Wolf Enslavement Goo. At this time, a Goo master who was searching the Myriad Wolf King's corpse shouted. Oh! Old Goo tribe leader's eyes shone with brilliance as he laughed. Ha, a treasure Goo goes with a hero. This Goo was prepared for you, Brother Chong. Although the Myriad Beast King's body had a higher chance of having a Rank 4 Beast Enslavement Goo, Fang Yuan was still happy. In today's battle, although there were some flaws, he was still very satisfied with the result. Although a Myriad Wolf King died, it was a pity, but he obtained a Rank 4 Wolf Enslavement Goo. This Goo worm came at the right time. Fang Yuan had not encountered such a good thing in a long time. Carefully receiving this Goo worm, Fang Yuan bade farewell to Goo tribe's higher-ups. He did not even participate in the following celebration banquet. They all used the excuse of refining this Rank 4 Goo as an excuse to avoid it. Night fell. Outside the house, the celebratory bonfire was blazing. The laughter of victory, the crying of the dead. Mixed together, it faintly entered Fang Yuan's ears. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on the ground, calming his mind as he looked into his aperture. 90% of his primeval sea was calm, the sea water was like gold, shining brilliantly. Unfortunately, he had not completely adapted to Northern Plains, and was still under the suppression of the foreign region, causing Fang Yuan's cultivation to temporarily stagnate. His true gold primeval essence looked impressive but was useless. But cultivation. It was only a portion of his strength. If Fang Yuan wanted to raise his strength, he had other ways. For example, he took out the strength of Tenjun Goo. This Goo was also Rank 4. But compared to the Rank 4 Beast Enslavement Goo, its value was much lower. Because it was easy to refine and its cost was low. It was also commonly seen in the market. The strength of Tenjun Goo's appearance was not eye-catching, like an ordinary iron weight. When Fang Yuan activated it, it floated above Fang Yuan's head, emitting profound light that shone on Fang Yuan's body, engraving the Tao mark of a certain strength onto Fang Yuan's body. A moment later, the strength of Tenjun Goo suddenly exploded, only leaving behind some iron scraps that landed on Fang Yuan's hair. The strength of Tenjun Goo was also an expendable Goo. This was the third strength of Tenjun Goo that Fang Yuan had used. Fang Yuan shook off the iron scraps on his hair, clenching his fists, feeling the increase in strength. The increase in strength has reached a bottleneck. Next, I need to modify my bones, skin, muscles, tendons and so on. I need to make the bucket deeper, bigger, and more sturdy, so that it can hold more strength. Fang Yuan's gaze flashed, taking out Wolf Soul Goo. This is the last Wolf Soul Goo. Fang Yuan activated his primeval essence again. The Wolf Soul Goo exploded, turning into a gray wolf soul that crashed into his body. The 100-man soul and wolf soul intertwined, but this time, it was several times more difficult than before. Earlier, when Fang Yuan used Wolf Soul Goo, he only had over 3,000 wolves. In today's battle, he had subdued many wolf kings, and the burden on his soul was huge. Fang Yuan frowned, his forehead was covered in cold sweat, but he gritted his teeth and persevered. Finally, the 100-man soul and wolf soul fused together. Boom! A soft sound echoed in his ears, and at the moment of Fang Yuan's plan, the long-term accumulation finally caused a qualitative change. The 100-man soul completely turned into a wolfman soul. The whole wolfman soul was dark gray in color, condensed to the limit. The soul's appearance was Fang Yuan's original appearance, but the bridge of the nose was taller, the eyes sharper, and the body thinner. 2 sharp wolf ears grew on the top of the head, and long hair hung down to the side of the waist, while a furry wolf tail grew on the butt. Once the wolfman soul was formed, Fang Yuan immediately felt relaxed, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. In his mind, the connection with the wolf group became even closer, and there was even a faint sense of familiarity coming from the wolf king's souls. This was something that the 100-man soul did not have before. After forming the wolfman soul, Fang Yuan had the aura of a wolf, and the wolf kings mistakenly thought that he was one of them. Thus, it was no longer the simple suppression of the 100-man soul, but a sense of recognition. The 100-man soul has almost reached its limit when it enslaved so many wolves. Now that it has become a wolfman soul, I can still subdue 3 times the wolf kings. It is just that such a good opportunity like today will be rare in the future. But the grassland is so big, and there are so many wolf groups. On the way to the heroes' assembly, I can at least double the size of this wolf group. Chapter 460. The stars in the sky were sparse. The night wind on the grassland was bone-chilling. 2 hump wolves were carrying Gu tribe's investigative Gu masters, one old and one young. Huff huff huff, so cold. The young Gu master curled up his body and breathed out hot air. I told you to wear more clothes, but you refused to do so. This is called not listening to the advice of the old and suffering losses. The old Gu master laughed. He was wearing a thick leather robe, long sleeves and boots, as well as a felt hat, so he did not feel cold at all. Uncle, this is my first time scouting, I lack experience. The young Gu master mumbled and swore, damn it, when I go scouting tomorrow, I will definitely wear the thickest clothes. Don't be too thick. Clothes that are too thick will affect your movements in battle. Also, if it is too warm, you will fall asleep easily. We are Gu tribe's eyes, we need to be vigilant at all times. It is best to keep warm, or you will feel cold after staying still for a long time. This is the best, it can invisibly urge you to continue scouting. The old Gu master's expression was solemn as he imparted his experience. 3 days had passed since the turtleback wolf group's defensive battle. The old Gu master's partner had died on the battlefield, the young Gu master had replaced him. He was still immature and needed the old Gu master's guidance. Uncle. The young Gu master was about to speak. Shoo. The old Gu master suddenly raised his hand to stop him. He squinted his eyes and stared at the bright light in the distance. What is that? The old Gu master immediately became vigilant and activated his investigative Gu, but he did not see anything. Lad, quickly use your hand-ear Gu to listen. The old Gu master ordered. Yes. The young Gu master did not dare to be careless. He quickly got off the hump wolf and stretched out his right hand. As he infused his true essence into it, his right palm began to sprout like grass, producing a granulation. The flesh blossomed and formed an ear. The young Gu master stuck his right ear to the ground and listened to any movements. Nothing much, just the sound of the wind. The young Gu master listened attentively, but there was no result. He laughed, Uncle, you are really scary. There is no fart at all. Maybe the battle just ended and I was too nervous. The old Gu master sighed. He had looked again and there was no abnormality. He felt his eyes were playing tricks on him. What are you nervous for? Our tribe has the old tribe leader and wolf king Chang Shanin. Even if another group of turtleback wolves comes, I am not afraid. When the young man talked about Fang Yuan, his eyes flickered and he could not help but reveal a look of reverence. Yes, it is our tribe's fortune to have Wolf King's help. The old Gu master sighed as he recalled the scene on the battlefield. So. Suddenly, the sound of an arrow piercing through the air could be heard. Who is it? The old Gu master shouted, subconsciously jumping down from the hump wolf's back and rolling a few times. Thump thump thump, a series of sharp bone spears stabbed into the ground. Enemy attack. The old Gu master's mind immediately had this thought. He quickly stood up and glanced at the young Gu master. The young man had already been pierced by the bone spear and died on the spot. The old Gu master's heart twitched, he did not have time to grieve and immediately took out the signal Gu from his aperture. But before he could activate it, he suffered a fatal attack. He was like a stone statue, standing there in a daze. A line of blood gradually appeared on his neck, and then it became more and more obvious. Finally, his head tilted and separated from his neck, falling on the grass. Blood gushed out from his neck like a fountain. Several figures walked out from the darkness, leading was Man Tribe's external elder Shi Wu. He looked at the two corpses in front of him and said proudly, "Ants of this level, killing them is as easy as flipping my palm. Elder is mighty." With Elder, these investigative Gu masters of Gu tribe are practically useless. Several accompanying Gu masters immediately flattered him. Shi Wu squinted his eyes in pleasure and looked towards the direction of Gu tribe's main group. Gu tribe could win earlier because their reconnaissance was effective and they made a lot of preparations. This time, Lord Tribe Leader has sent almost all the elders here. Gu tribe cannot escape this calamity. He, I really want to see the panicked expressions of those Gu tribesmen when 10,000 night wolves attack the camp. Although Gu tribe had already moved for several days and left Hongyan Valley, and even successfully repelled the turtleback wolves, Man Tribe did not intend to give up. 3 days after the turtleback wolves attacked, Man Tribe's Gu masters secretly led the second wave of night wolves towards Gu tribe. At the same time, Man Tribe's elders also moved out and killed large numbers of Gu tribe's investigative Gu masters. A huge plot had already started against Gu tribe. When this myriad wolf group was discovered, they were only 100 li away from Gu tribe's camp. Wolf assault! Wolf assault! The investigative Gu master on the tower shouted. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, several signal Gu were shot into the sky and exploded into dazzling fireworks. Wake up, there are wolves, 10,000 night wolves. Gu tribe's camp woke up from its deep sleep. Quickly report to tribe leader. The investigative Gu masters ran with all their strength. From every part of Gu tribe's camp, people gradually walked out, asking questions in confusion and shouting in panic. In the main tent, Gu tribe leader's expression changed when he heard the news. These investigative Gu masters deserve to die. This was the old tribe leader's first thought. But soon after, he frowned deeply. Night wolves were hard to detect in the night, but with so many night wolves, why didn't any investigative Gu masters report in advance? The astute him could smell a trace of a plot. He quickly tossed these thoughts to the back of his mind. Now was not the time to think about this. The night wolf group is so close to the camp, it is too late to set up defenses. What should I do? In the boundless night, the situation of the enemy was unclear. Gu tribe leader only knew that this wolf group had a large number, at least 10,000 wolves. But he did not know if there were other wolf groups. Would Man Tribe's Gu masters be hiding in the surroundings? Unable to think of a countermeasure in this urgent situation, Gu tribe leader could only shout, "Quickly send my order, all Gu tribe's Gu masters are to gather in the main tent." The night wolf group's speed was extremely fast, rushing to Gu tribe's camp. The wolf group is here. Block them, we must block them. Quick, activate light ball Gu. A Gu master at the front line shot a rank 2 light ball Gu towards the sky. Under the light ball's illumination, the densely packed night wolf group was revealed. These night wolves were tall and strong, with glossy black skin and no fur. Their black wolf eyes and claws were emitting a cruel and cold light. 100 Wolf King howled and charged over. Oh my God! The Goo Master only had time to scream before he was killed by the Wolf King. The Night Wolf group was like a torrent, destroying the simple wooden pillars around the camp and ruthlessly charging into the camp. At this time, Goo Tribe's Goo Masters were still gathering in the main tent. The huge outer camp had already fallen into hell. The wolf group's excited howls, the mortals' cries of death, and the terrified screams erupted together. The night wolves moved quickly, destroying the tents one by one. Many mortals were still in their dreams when they were brutally killed. They used death and fresh blood to give a warning. In the inner camp, the mortals rushed out in fear, tangling together, trampling on each other as they ran around crazily. The camp was howling. Goo Tribe leader stood outside the main tent and saw this scene. His eyes were bloodshot and his heart was bleeding. The wolf group's slaughter did cause casualties, but the greater casualties were caused by the stampede of the mortals. Such a chaotic situation had already gone out of control, causing Goo Tribe leader's plan to organize the mortals and counterattack to fail. Most of the Goo Masters were trapped in the chaotic crowd. Only most of the tribe elders and a few elite Goo Masters managed to gather in the main tent. The situation is hopeless. Goo Tribe leader closed his eyes in pain, his limbs turning cold as he fell into deep despair and regret. After this battle, even if we manage to gather the remaining mortals, Goo Tribe will fall to a small-scale tribe. Goo Tribe declined in my hands. I have let down my ancestors. I am the sinner of Goo Tribe. In the main tent, some elders were shouting, some had lifeless expressions and some were panicking. Goo Tribe is not finished yet, everyone, there is only one way to turn the tide. Following a voice, Fang Yuan charged into the main tent. Goo Tribe leader's eyes brightened, like a drowning man who had grabbed onto the last straw to save his life. Brother, speak quickly. He looked at Fang Yuan and asked anxiously. Fang Yuan went straight to the point, resolutely saying, Goo Tribe is in chaos now, we simply cannot defend ourselves, the situation has already collapsed. Only by attacking instead of defending can we have a chance of survival. Wolf King, what do you mean? Goo Tribe leader muttered. Everyone looked at each other. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, Brother Goo, have you forgotten that I have a rank 4 wolf enslavement Goo? He looked around and saw everyone's expression. He continued, here in the main tent are the elites of the Goo family, the strongest fighting force. We will set off immediately and form a group to go against the current and take down the Myriad Wolf King. In the battle formation, I will subdue the Myriad Wolf King and the situation will turn around. The elders' expressions changed. This was the worst idea ever. One had to know, Goo Masters had always defended against beast groups and fought a battle of attrition, but even so, they still suffered huge losses. Now, they actually wanted to use their bodies to charge against the Myriad Beast formation and assassinate the Myriad Wolf King amidst the Myriad Wolf group. This was simply courting death. This method was too risky. If anyone else said it, they would probably be scolded and mocked mercilessly. But now that Chang Shan-yin suggested it, everyone could only remain silent. Crazy, this is too crazy. An elder mumbled. The others showed hesitant expressions. Going against the wolf group was a near-death experience. Frankly speaking, they had to sacrifice their lives to exchange for the tribe's survival. Chapter 461. Old Goo Tribe leader was also hesitating. He was not afraid of death, but at his age, his cultivation had stagnated and he was indifferent to life and death. What he was hesitating about was whether he should use this method. Goo Tribe's power was gone now, but that did not mean it was exterminated. If the mortals died, they could just rob them. In the eyes of Goo Masters, mortals were just numbers. As long as the Goo Masters and elders were alive, the tribe's prestige would remain. But now that they retreated and gave up on the others, only Gu tribe's higher-ups would remain. They would have to rely on Man tribe for the time being. And Man tribe already had the intention of annexing Gu tribe. This Night Wolf group's arrival was probably one of their schemes. But if they used Fang Yuan's method, the risk was too high. Once they failed, Gu tribe's higher-ups would be finished, and no matter how many mortals they had, they would just be sheep to be annexed by outsiders. Father, uncles, I feel Uncle Chang is right, this is the only way to save the tribe. Gu Guang spoke, looking at the hesitant people, he felt a chill in his heart. He was still young and hot-blooded. At the crucial moment, he saw everyone's true colors. He had never found Gu tribe to have such a weak side. Fang Yuan sneered in his heart. When he learned of the wolf group's attack, he was first shocked and then joyful. If he could take this chance to subdue this myriad beast king, his strength would double from his current foundation. This was a great opportunity, he wanted to grasp it. But to enslave the myriad wolf king under this situation, he needed Gu tribe's help. Charging into the formation was risky, but to Fang Yuan, it was not a big problem. He was a rank 4 Gu master and also had rank 3 eagle wings Gu. If the situation was unfavorable, he could just fly and escape. It would be too much of a pity to let Gu tribe decline like this. Since he wanted to make use of them, he had to make the best use of them. Everyone! Fang Yuan shouted, attracting everyone's attention. He shouted like thunder, what are you waiting for? What are you hesitating for? Are Gu tribe's men so afraid of death? Listen outside, those are the Gu tribesmen's screams. These hateful night wolves are slaughtering our parents, our friends, our wives, and our daughters. If Gu clan is annihilated tonight, all of you will become stray dogs. Can you bear to see our loved ones die in front of our eyes like this? I can't. Even though I, Chang Shan-yin, am only an outsider, in these days that I have interacted with you, I have felt warmth, I have felt the deep love in Gu tribe's bloodline. For my friends, for the sake of justice in the world, I will charge forward and fight for a chance of survival for everyone. Men of the Gu family, do you still have your sabers? The spirits of your ancestors are watching over you. Could it be that cowardice and cowardice are flowing in your blood? Fang Yuan was filled with righteousness as he roared furiously. His momentum was astonishing. His voice was very loud, even the Gu masters outside the main tent were attracted. The elders all stared at him with astonished gazes. What is a hero? It was only the power of a hero to turn the tide. And at every critical moment, at the juncture of danger, he would step forward bravely and face the difficulties head-on, bringing confidence and courage to others. This was the demeanor of a hero. Gu Guang heard Fang Yuan's roar and his whole body trembled slightly. At this moment, Fang Yuan's image was so tall that it was deeply engraved in his heart. His eyes shone and the rims of his eyes turned red, his heart pounding as he felt his blood boiling in his chest. With a swoosh, Gu Guang activated Saber Gu, his right hand tightly gripping the saber as he raised it high. Then, the young patriarch of the Gu clan roared, "No! Gu tribe's bravery is still here. Gu tribe's saber is still here. Our ancestors are watching over us, our descendants. O Wolf King, other people are afraid of death, but I, Gu Guang, am willing to die with you." These words immediately provoked a few of the hot-tempered elders to the point that they roared in anger and humiliation. At worst, we will just die, what's there to be afraid of? Bullshit Night Wolf Group, I will kill you. Wolf King, young tribe leader, count me, Guda, in the charge. Not only did these people agree, but they also looked around with disdain and contempt. Even more people's killing intent was aroused. Northern Plains people had always been valiant. Kill. Use our blood to prove the bravery of Gu tribe's men. Fight to the death, fight to the death. Count me in, I also want to fight. A fanatical atmosphere gradually filled the main tent. Even the elders who did not want to participate in this action said they wanted to count them in. They did not want to have a reputation of being afraid of death. In northern plains which revered martial arts, once they had such a reputation, they would be spurned by others. The situation developed so quickly that the old tribe leader who had been hesitating was caught unprepared. He was old and prudent, not willing to gamble. Originally, he was already thinking of retreating. As long as there were higher-level Gu masters, Gu tribe would have a foundation and could start over again. But if they charged, the risk was too high. Who knew how many night wolves there were in the dark night? Besides that, there might be man tribe's sneak attack, and Chang Shan-yin might not be able to subdue the myriad wolf king. Even if everyone charged, what if the night wolf king did not fight them head-on and moved away on its own? Fang Yuan's plan had too many loopholes, it was not reliable at all. Damn it! Gu tribe leader saw the surrounding elders' bloodshot eyes and immediately understood that their earlier hesitation was useless, they could only fight now. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. For Gu tribe, for tomorrow. At this moment of life and death, it will depend on our bravery and hot-bloodedness. Inside and outside the main tent, there was an uproar, the morale rose sharply and the morale of the troops could be used. Fang Yuan's few words led the situation to the direction he wanted. Everyone's wills were strong, Gu tribe leader could only go with the flow and bowed deeply to Fang Yuan. Wolf King, you have the spirit of a true hero. Tonight, Gu tribe's future is in your hands. We will follow your wolf group and kill our way out, taking down the myriad wolf king. Everyone accepted the order. Fang Yuan's gaze flashed. Gu tribe leader's meaning was to sacrifice the wolf group to protect Gu tribe's Gu masters. But it did not matter if they sacrificed some. As long as they obtained the myriad wolf king, it would be a profit no matter what. Everyone, follow me and charge. Fang Yuan shouted and led all the Gu masters out of the main tent. Some 100 wolf kings and 1,000 wolf kings also gathered. Brother Chang, why are there only these? Where's your myriad wolf king? Where's your wolf group army? The old tribe leader questioned, his heart sinking. Fang Yuan sneered inwardly, why should he sacrifice his own wolf king to reduce Gu tribe's sacrifices? All living beings lived in this world, all living beings were equal, no one was born noble, and no one was born lowly. Wolves and humans were essentially living beings. Putting aside their standpoints, wolves and humans were equal. Why should they sacrifice the lives of wolves for the sake of humans? Could it be that humans were born nobler than wolves? That was not the case. Any kind of nobility or lowliness was a class. And class was derived from the difference in strength. Be it earth or this world, the greatest law was survival of the fittest, big fish eat small fish eat shrimps. The so-called nobility had a foundation, and that was great strength. Without this foundation, no matter how pure and elegant a lady was, she would only be a prostitute who could be married to anyone. Fang Yuan needed Gu tribe to travel with him earlier because he had few wolves, and traveling alone would be risky and difficult. But now, he had the myriad wolf group, and Gu tribe's value was greatly reduced. The wolf group listened to him, they would live and die if he wanted them to. But could Gu tribe do it? Sacrificing my trusted aide for an outsider? Do you think I am really like you, a hot-blooded idiot? Although he felt such disdain in his heart, Fang Yuan smiled warmly and confidently, saying to old Gu tribe leader, Brother Gu, don't worry, the situation is chaotic now, the ranches have been destroyed, and the wolf group has been separated. I have already ordered the turtleback myriad wolf king to regroup, and soon, we will have reinforcements. Gu tribe leader looked deeply at Fang Yuan and was about to speak. But Fang Yuan did not give him the chance, he shouted, everyone, Gu tribe's survival depends on this moment. Charge with me. Saying so, he clamped his legs together and urged the hump wolf under him to take the lead. Kill. Kill these wolf cubs. For Gu tribe, for tomorrow. Everyone followed and shouted. Young tribe leader Gu Guang followed closely behind Fang Yuan. Gu tribe leader angrily grabbed his son and shouted in his ear, "Remember, you are Gu tribe's young tribe leader." Next, the father and son charged towards the night wolf group under everyone's encirclement. 2 rank 4, 17 rank 3, and several rank 2 elites gathered into a powerful force, like a steel blade, directly stabbing into the battlefield. They were aggressive, and no wolves could stop them. They quickly charged out of the camp and towards the night wolf myriad beast king. Once out of the camp, everyone felt the pressure increase greatly. Especially the Gu masters at the periphery, their eyes were filled with night wolves. Wind blades, water dragons, fist stones, golden awls, all kinds of attacks were like cheap fireworks, fiercely blossoming. The wolf group was caught unprepared and countless sacrifices were made. Everyone fought their way out a bloody path. Howl! With a howl from the myriad wolf king, 12,000 wolf kings and dozens of 100 wolf kings gathered together and charged towards Fang Yuan and the others from all directions. Myriad wolf kings saw through Fang Yuan's thoughts and fought tit for tat, using elites against elites. Unknowingly, Fang Yuan had already shrunk to the innermost area of the group. He shouted enthusiastically, "Charge, charge, charge! Speed up, if we don't charge, we will all be finished. If we enslave the myriad wolf king, we can turn defeat into victory." A moment later, 100 wolf kings and 1,000 wolf kings joined the battle. The group's speed fell by a large margin. Many rank 2 elites were sacrificed. "Oh no, we don't have enough primeval essence, we can only activate self-detonation goo, for the tribe." An elder suddenly shouted and jumped out of the group, throwing himself into the wolf's mouth. The wolf king opened its bloody mouth and bit him. This elder laughed malevolently and self-detonated, killing this 1,000 wolf king on the spot. This was Gu tribe's first elder's death since the start of the battle. Old tribe leader saw this and felt like his heart was bleeding. Chapter 462. The old tribe leader was even more dissatisfied with Fang Yuan, shouting, "Wolf King, where are the reinforcements you promised? Brother Gu, don't worry, they will arrive soon. Everyone, follow me and kill, we will take revenge for our dead elders." Fang Yuan shouted as he charged towards the front lines. "Quick, protect Lord Chang Shan Yin." Gu Guang immediately shouted. "Wolf Wangda, you are the key to our victory, please retreat to the middle of us, we will protect you. Kill all these beasts." The eyes of everyone in the group were bloodshot, they had already forgotten the worry of death, falling into some sort of frenzied state. Even if they died, they would bite off a piece of the wolf group's meat. The valiance of Northern Plains people could be seen at a glance. Gu Guang, who was charging at the front, was pulled back by the old tribe leader, "Follow behind me." Gu Guang shouted loudly. After charging for a while, he went to the front again. Old Gu tribe leader was anxious, grabbing him back and slapping him, "Follow behind me, don't forget you are our Gu tribe's young tribe leader." This old man. Fang Yuan sneered inwardly as he saw this. In the whole group, he and the old tribe leader were the only 2 clear-headed people. "You guys go, I will restrain these damned wolves." The battle hall leader shouted. His body suddenly expanded, turning into a giant stone man. He was a rank 3 peak stage Gu master, but now he had rank 4 battle strength. Battle hall elder. Old Gu tribe leader felt great heartache. The battle hall elder was the second expert in Gu tribe after him, but he died here. Lord Battle Hall elder used this Gu and sacrificed his life. Everyone had an intense feeling of sadness. Don't let the Battle Hall elder's life be in vain, we must turn defeat into victory. Fang Yuan shouted. "Come, beasts, let this old man play with you." "Ha ha ha." The Battle Hall old man laughed. With his own strength, he temporarily restrained almost all the 100 wolf kings and 1,000 wolf kings. With his help, the group finally reached the myriad wolf king. Kill. Since it had come to this, the Gu clan elder did not say anything else and was the first to attack. The rest of the people followed closely behind, bursting forth with powerful attacks. The Night Wolf King spat out acid and shot out poisonous needles. Its entire body was covered in a layer of golden light, making it extremely ferocious. This is Golden Shield Gu. They had to get rid of it. Only then can I activate Wolf Enslavement Gu. Fang Yuan shouted. Roar, the wolves howled and surrounded him. Beside the Night Wolf King, other than Gu Masters, there were also large numbers of Night Wolf Guards. The Gu Masters had to deal with the Night Wolf King as well as these ordinary Night Wolves. More and more Gu Masters died, they used their lives and blood. He composed a solemn and stirring battle song. The Night Wolf King moved extremely quickly, even faster than a cheetah. Its entire body was hairless, and its black leather armor was shiny and flickering with dim light. It possessed quite a bit of defensive power to begin with. It charged left and right, and every time its sharp claws struck, an unfortunate Gu Master would be smashed into meat paste. A wolf tail that was as long as a whip. Every time it lashed out, it would sweep through an area and clear the surrounding battlefield. Gu Masters died one after another, and the Night Wolf King's body was riddled with injuries. But the Golden Shield Gu had not been destroyed yet. The siege did not last long. A large group of Night Wolf Kings rushed over from the back. The Battle Hall Elder died, and could no longer stop these Wolf Kings. Wolf King, where are your reinforcements? Gu Tribe Leader shouted anxiously. They will be here soon. Fang Yuan hurriedly replied. He then ordered, Gu Guang. Bring a portion of people to restrain these Wolf Kings. Understood. Uncle Chang, don't worry, as long as I still have a breath left, I will not let these Wolf Kings disturb you. Those who are willing to follow me, come over. Gu Guang shouted, turning around and bravely charging towards these Wolf Kings. Gu Tribe Leader's face turned purple from anger. Fang Yuan shouted again, Brother Gu, don't be in a daze, quickly destroy the Night Wolf King's Golden Shield Gu. Once we enslave the Wolf King, not only us, even the whole Gu tribe will be saved. Chang Shan Yin, if anything happens to my son, I will not let you off. The old tribe leader cursed in his heart. Under everyone's gazes, he did not dare to call Gu Guang back, this was blatant favoritism. He could only suppress his anger and attack the Night Wolf King in a frenzy. Tribe leader is mighty. The elders saw the old tribe leader erupt with power and their morale rose. This old guy's battle strength is out of the ordinary, he hit it really deeply. Even Fang Yuan had a whole new level of respect for him. A person with a high position would definitely have something outstanding about them. The old tribe leader had led Gu tribe for so many years, he was smart and capable, he was not a simple person. The Wolf King was beaten up by the old tribe leader, it suddenly opened its mouth and spat out countless eerie blue ghost fire. Ghost Fire Gu was a rank 2 Soul Path Gu. To advance, there was a rank 3 Ghost Fire Gu. And the one showing its might right now was the rank 4 Ghost Fire Gu residing in the Night Wolf King's body. The ghost fire surged and surged, the coldness was bone-chilling. The Gu Masters had no choice but to retreat, the tight encirclement loosened. The Night Wolf King thus obtained precious time to breathe and immediately prepared to retreat. Don't even think about it. Gu Tribe Leader roared, suddenly opening his mouth and sucking the whole ghost fire into his stomach. Rank 4, Swallow Fire Gu. This Gu was not an attack Gu, to be precise, it was a storage Gu. It was specially used to store flames. This old guy has a lot of good Gu. Fang Yuan was inwardly astonished. Gu Tribe Leader swallowed all the ghost fire, and his belly swelled up by 2 or 3 times, turning him into a deformed fatty. At the same time, his skin was dyed eerie blue. Blood was flowing out of his eyes, nose, mouth and other parts. Rank 4, Vine Claw Gu. Gu Tribe Leader roared again, stretching out his left hand. His left hand expanded by 5 times, turning into wooden roots. His 5 fingers turned into strong purple vines, like snakes or whips, slithering onto the Night Wolf King's body. The purple vines quickly spread and tied up the Night Wolf King. The Night Wolf King's attempt to escape was destroyed. It struggled crazily, using its enormous brute strength to tear at the vines. Gu tribe leader's expression changed. Although he also cultivated strength path, how could he compare to a wild beast like the Night Wolf King? The purple vines were violently torn off, and Gu tribe leader cried out in pain. His left hand returned to its original shape, his 5 fingers were all torn off. Wolf King! The old tribe leader roared. Fang Yuan knew he wanted to ask where the reinforcements were, so he rushed to his side and shouted, "Brother Gu, be careful." Right at this time, the Night Wolf King's tail swung over. Fang Yuan activated Azure Wolf Skin Gu and moved in front of the tail, acting like he was blocking the attack for Gu tribe leader. Slap! With a crisp sound, he was sent flying by the wolf tail, flying far away. This! I can dodge! The old tribe leader was shocked. Quickly go and save Wolf Wangda. The academy elder shouted furiously. He rushed towards Fang Yuan's direction. The Night Wolf King charged over. It felt that Gu tribe leader was the greatest threat to it, so most of its attacks were aimed at the old tribe leader. Bam bam bam. The old tribe leader dodged and continuously used Gu worms to bombard the area. One man and one beast engaged in a life and death battle. Dragon Head Drill. The old tribe leader retreated as he fought. Suddenly, he shouted and activated 3 Gu worms at the same time, using his killer move. A 4-clawed wood dragon roared. The dragon head turned into a spear tip, continuously rotating and crashing into the Night Wolf King's body. The golden shield Gu on the Night Wolf King's body flickered. It was finally broken. The dragon head drills did not stop, piercing into the Night Wolf King's body. The Night Wolf King let out a painful howl. Its voice was so loud that it almost broke everyone's eardrums. Even the noises on the battlefield were drowned out by it. The Night Wolf King suffered such a heavy injury, its speed fell and blood flowed out. But before the Gu masters had time to rejoice, this Night Wolf King's eyes suddenly turned red. Its battle intent burned fiercely, forgetting all pain. It counterattacked crazily. Its battle strength did not fall, but instead rose to about twice its original strength. This is a rank for bravery Gu, damn it. Where is Chang Shanin, Chang Shanin? The old tribe leader shouted. Wolf Wangda is unconscious, we are saving him. The academy elder and the others were protecting the unconscious Wolf King, surrounded by the wolf group. Of all times to fall unconscious. Of all times to fall unconscious. The old tribe leader heard this and almost spat out blood. His eyelids twitched as he furiously shouted, then we won't wait for Chang Shan-in anymore. We will kill this myriad Wolf King. Once we kill it, the wolf group will also collapse. Although the Night Wolf King's battle strength rose, it did not have the golden shield Gu's defense, so it was easier to get injured. The battle became extremely intense. Almost at every moment, there were rank 3 Gu masters who were heavily injured or even killed. At this point in the battle, the Gu masters' apertures did not have much primeval essence left. To win, they had to put their limited primeval essence into attacking. Exchanging injury for injury, it depended on who could last longer. The side that could last until the end would be the victor. The Night Wolf King felt the aura of death and became even more frenzied. The Gu masters were in a mess, only the old tribe leader was holding on. Hold on, hold on. The old tribe leader charged left and right, acting as a firefighter on the battlefield and saving an elder in time. He roared again and again, causing his voice to be extremely hoarse. His speed was getting slower and his mind was starting to slacken. He was old after all. Old tribe leader, be careful. An elder not far away shouted. The old tribe leader turned around in time and saw the night wolf king pouncing down from the sky, its berserk killing intent surging towards him. Retreat! The old tribe leader thought this in his heart, but his body staggered. The accumulated fatigue finally made his old body unable to bear the burden. He was exhausted. Bam! At the next moment, the night wolf king pounced down and ruthlessly slammed him to the ground. Old tribe leader! Everyone shouted, rushing over without any regard for their lives. Gu tribe leader poured his primeval essence into the defensive Gu crazily, erecting a thick wooden shield. Bam bam bam! The night wolf king's claws slammed again and again, the wooden shield lasted for a few breaths of time before collapsing. The huge wolf claws directly slammed on Gu tribe leader's body. The old tribe leader had also used Gu worms like bronze skin and essence iron bone, but they could not withstand the night wolf king's brutal attacks. Old tribe leader! Everyone cried out in shock and attacked crazily, trying to attract the night wolf king's attention. But the night wolf king only had Gu tribe leader in its eyes, it endured the fierce attacks and wanted to kill the old tribe leader to vent its anger. Chapter 463. Father. Gu Guang saw this and immediately screamed, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Bravery Gu's effect faded, the night wolf king's battle intent dissipated and it let go of old Gu tribe leader, being forced back by everyone's attacks. This is the moment. Fang Yuan was excited as he woke up. Rank 4, Wolf Enslavement Gu. Wolf Enslavement Gu turned into a large cloud of smoke and enveloped the night wolf king. This night wolf king's battle intent had faded and it was heavily injured, its consciousness was close to going crazy, and now it was fighting with Fang Yuan's soul. Fang Yuan's soul was already stronger than 100-man soul. The night wolf king had an intense feeling of resistance, but from Fang Yuan's wolfman soul, it felt a similar aura. The feeling of resistance thus fell sharply, and under the pressure of Fang Yuan's soul, it did not last long before the smoke fused into its body. Success! Fang Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance. Wolf Smoke Gu. He rushed to this battlefield and breathed out a large amount of wolf smoke, wrapping the night wolf king. The night wolf king's severe injuries quickly stabilized. It let out a long howl, and with this howl, the night wolf group was in chaos for a while before turning around and retreating. Gu tribe's crisis was resolved. But the surviving Gu masters did not have much joy of victory. They gathered around a deep pit. In the deep pit, old Gu tribe leader was lying down. Several Gu masters were lying beside him, doing their best to heal him. Old Gu tribe leader's body had already turned into a pile of mud, but with this healing, half of his body gradually recovered. But it was useless. His injuries were too severe, and as the healing Gu master's primeval essence was used up, the faint hope of saving old tribe leader completely disappeared. Father, father! Gu Guang knelt on the ground. Gu Guang knelt on the ground, grabbing old Gu tribe leader's hand and screaming in pain. Old clan leader! The rest of the elders also had tears streaming down their faces. The old tribe leader's face flushed red as he grabbed Gu Guang's hand. My child, be careful, he was about to say Chang Shanyin's name, but at this moment, Fang Yuan pushed through the crowd and walked in. Brother Gu. His face was full of grief, and his shoulders were trembling slightly. Hot tears trickled down. The old tribe leader looked at Fang Yuan deeply. His mouth moved a few times and he had to change the topic. Son, from today onwards, you are the tribe leader of Gu tribe. Father. You can't die. I still have many shortcomings. I still need to listen to your teachings. Gu family still needs you. Gu Guang called out, tears flowing down his face. The old chief was like a fish on the shore, panting weakly with his mouth open. His eyes were unfocused, and his senses were quickly disappearing like the ebbing tide. The smell of death. It was incomparably dense. But I'm worried. I really have too many things that I can't let go. The obsession in his heart made the old clan leader muster the last drop of strength. He grabbed Guguang's hand tightly, and his unfocused gaze focused in an instant. He didn't know where he got the strength from. He shook Guguang's hand with slightly turbid air. Son, you need to remember that you are the Gu tribe leader. For the tribe, don't be rash. Don't let your emotions affect your decisions. After saying this, the old tribe leader's body stiffened. Then he fell down with his head facing upwards. His life was far away from him. This Gu tribe leader who gave his all, ascended to the position at the age of 38, and died in battle at the age of 87, gave his all for Gu tribe, and shed his last drop of blood. In defending Gu tribe, in the bitter battle against the wolf group, he sacrificed himself heroically. Father! Father! Gu Guang shouted, not willing to accept this cruel reality. But the truth was the truth, since it had already happened, it could not be changed or reversed. Father, old tribe leader, on the battlefield, a heavy sorrow shrouded everyone, as sobbing sounds lingered in everyone's ears. As dawn approached, in the main tent, the bright light lasted for the entire night. At daybreak, Mantu finally received a letter Gu from the front lines. As long as we swallow Gu tribe, our man tribe's strength will double. With such expectations, he opened the letter Gu and looked around. Very quickly, his gaze dimmed, and his brows were filled with disappointment. Lord Father, did our man tribe not succeed even after mobilizing almost all of our forces? Man Duo sat at the side, waiting for a long time. Man Tu heaved a long sigh. Originally, the Night Wolf group had already charged into Gu tribe camp, but Gu tribe leader and Chang Shan-yin worked together, gathering all their high-rank battle strength to counterattack. In the wolf group, Chang Shan-yin subdued the Night Wolf King. It caused the originally decaying situation to come to an abrupt halt. Gu tribe has made a comeback. Chang Shan-yin, it's Chang Shan-yin again. Man Duo fell into deep thought. Soon, his eyes brightened as he suggested a plan. Lord Father, we have not lost yet, there is still the third wave of wind wolves. I have another plan. Oh. Tell me. Our man tribe lost twice, the true reason is because of Wolf King Chang Shan-yin. This person is truly amazing, as long as we get rid of him, Gu tribe will be a plaything in our hands. Man Duo said. What plan do you have, tell me, don't keep me in suspense. Man Duo laughed sinisterly, speaking with assurance. Chang Shan-yin subdued the Night Wolf King, this is his strength, but also his weakness. With the Night Wolf King, the entire Night Wolf group was subdued. Such a strong battle strength has already surpassed the entire Gu tribe. Chang Shan-yin is already a fierce beast beside Gu tribe, as long as he has any bad intentions, Gu tribe will be in danger. Gu tribe leader is such an astute person, he will definitely be wary and even panic. We can use this to spread rumors and make Gu tribe suspect Chang Shan-yin, driving a wedge between them. Man Tu sighed with regret, this plan is good, but it is useless now. I did not tell you earlier, Gu tribe leader has already died under the Night Wolf King's claws. Gu tribe leader has already been succeeded by Gu Guang. What? Man Duo was stunned, that old fox actually died? How can there be such a coincidence? With the death of Gu tribe leader, Gu tribe only had one rank 4 Gu master left, Chang Shan-yin, the others could not compete with him. Moreover, Gu tribe had gone through 2 battles, while Chang Shan-yin's wolf group had increased to over 20,000, the strength of both sides had completely flipped. Fang Yuan's momentum was gone. His prestige was so high that it could not be shaken by mere rumors. Gu tribe leader is dead, but the Wolf King is still alive, he has also subdued the huge wolf group. Lord Father, doesn't that mean we have no more chances? Man Duo asked unwillingly. Man Tu snorted coldly, placing the letter Gu on the table and leaving his seat, pacing around the main tent with his hands behind his back. What else can we do? Do you want us to mobilize the entire tribe? Gu Yao's excuse has already been lost. We have no proper reason. This time, we listen to your plan and mobilize the tribe elders. We have already overstepped our boundaries. Chang Shan-yin, our Man tribe lost to this person. Man 2 heaved a long sigh. Then the third wave of wolf group. Man duo hesitated, asking again. Ruthlessness flashed in Man 2's eyes. We have already reached this step. Let's lure them over. Let's cause more losses to Gu tribe. If these wind wolves are also subdued by Chang Shan-yin, then I will be waiting to see the great wolf king become a joke. A few days later, Fang Yuan took the initiative to lead his army to fight against the wind wolf group. Under his meticulous control, he obtained a great victory. Apart from killing the wind wolf myriad beast king, he also obtained a great victory. Other than killing the wind wolf myriad beast king, they also subdued a large number of 1,000 wolf kings and 100 wolf kings. After the battle, Fang Yuan found that his wolf group had already grown to an enormous number of 35,000. Like doing business, the beginning was always the hardest. The initial stage was the most difficult. After accumulating capital, it would be easier to expand. After 3 battles, Fang Yuan's wolf group army had already taken shape. But to this extent, Gu tribe had also paid a heavy price. Tens of thousands of mortals died, a large number of high-ranking Gu masters died. Less than half of the elders remained, even old Gu tribe leader had sacrificed himself. Uncle Chang, it is all thanks to you that our Gu tribe can truly escape from Man tribe's control. A few days later, Gu Guang visited Fang Yuan, bringing a rank 4 Gu impermanence bone. Uncle Chang's kindness to Gu tribe is as great as the mountains and rivers. But Gu tribe is facing difficulties internally and externally. We do not have the strength to repay this kindness. Junior found this rank 4 Gu in the tribe treasury. It might be useful to Uncle, so I brought it here. Gu Guang said calmly. Setbacks made people grow. After his father died, Gu Guang took over as tribe leader. His entire person seemed to have changed. He was much more composed. You have just become the tribe leader recently. If you need any help, you can tell me. Or if the other elders are not satisfied, you can tell me. Fang Yuan took the impermanence bone Gu and asked with concern. Are there any elders who are hypocritical? But right now, the tribe does not have enough yuan stone, most of the rations have been destroyed, and the compensation for the injured has caused the tribe treasury to be empty. Recently, the situation has stabilized, and some tribesmen have even secretly escaped a few days ago. Sigh, especially the food. If this continues, the rations will be used up in less than half a month, and the whole tribe will starve. Gu Guang said this and looked at Fang Yuan, his gaze flickering. Fang Yuan chuckled, I know what you want to say. Your tribe is facing a huge burden in order to feed my wolf group. Gu Guang quickly stood up. Junior is ashamed. Uncle Chang is our Gu tribe's benefactor, but now we still need Uncle. He, no matter. Actually, even if you did not mention it today, I would have said it. The wolf group is indeed too many, and I do not want to implicate Gu tribe. This way, I will personally lead the wolf group to hunt for food. At the same time, when hunting, I will purposely reduce the numbers. The wolf meat produced can be used as rations for Gu tribesmen. Fang Yuan smiled warmly. Uncle Chang, I really do not know what to say to express Junior's reverence towards you. Gu Guang was moved, his eyes turning red. A friend in need is a friend indeed. Speaking of which, I am also responsible for your father's death. After all, I was the one who suggested this idea. I will weaken the wolf group to 3 kings and 2,000 wolves. I will accompany Gu tribe along the way. I think Gu tribe also needs this force to protect them. Do you understand what I mean? Nephew understands. Fang Yuan patted his shoulder. Work hard, don't let down your father's expectations of you. You may leave. Yes, nephew will take his leave. Seeing Gu Guang leave, Fang Yuan sneered in his heart. Youngsters are so immature. If Good Tribe leader was here, he would have already started to weaken the wolf group by all means possible. Chapter 464. The sun rose from the east, shining on the vast grassland of northern plains. The huge iron-shelled flower bloomed at a speed visible to the naked eye. A pink-skinned bunny jumped out of the greenhouse. This was the pink flower rabbit, one of the most commonly seen animals in the grassland. It did not dig holes, but lived in the heart of the iron shell flower. The petals of the iron shell flower were as hard as steel, and could defend against the attacks of those wild beasts. The pink flower rabbit jumped and jumped, putting its nose close to the wild flower and sniffing it. After finding it was not poisonous, it swallowed it in one bite. Suddenly, the pink flower rabbit's ears trembled, and an intense warning rose in its heart. Swoosh! In the blink of an eye, an iron feather pierced through it like an arrow, killing it on the grassland. Two investigative Goo masters rode on hump wolves, running from afar. Brother, your iron feather arrow Goo has 100% accuracy. Sigh, the food in the clan is getting lesser. We have no choice but to hunt some wild beasts to fill our stomachs. The two talked about Good Tribe's current situation, looking worried. Although Fang Yuan reduced the number of wild wolves, and the dead wolves were made into jerky, to a huge tribe like Good Tribe, it could only alleviate a bit of the conflict between supply and demand. As the clan's rations got lesser, Good Tribesmen started to panic. The two investigative Goo masters continued to move forward. Not long after, Good Tribe's main group also moved here like an old giant beast. Most of the mortals were leading big-bellied horses. Families that were slightly wealthier would have curved-horned running bulls pulling carts filled with goods. Goo masters mostly rode on hump wolves, and because they did not need to fight, the hump wolves also had large amounts of goods tied on their backs. Other than that, there were also many lizard house Goo, moving like elephants in a herd of deer, moving their four limbs and moving around. Fang Yuan was inside a lizard house Goo, resting with his eyes closed. Ever since he subdued large numbers of wolves, the burden on his soul had become very heavy. He had to ensure at least 4 hours of sleep every day, and other than that, he had to rest from time to time. It was not so easy to become an enslavement path Goo master. Every Goo master had a glorious side, they all had their strengths, but at the same time, they also had their weaknesses and their own pain. His body moved along with the lizard house Goo, slowly moving up and down. Fang Yuan's mind entered his aperture. In the aperture, the true gold sea rippled slightly, the crystal walls were bright and clear. At this level, in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he could already break through to rank 5. But now, Fang Yuan was in northern plains, his cultivation was temporarily stagnant. He checked the Goo worms. His vital Goo, the rank 6 spring-autumn cicada, was still hidden, sleeping in the center of the aperture. Above the sea, a dark cloud in the shape of a wolf floated. This was wolf smoke Goo, specially used to heal wolf group's injuries. On the primeval essence sea, the rank 5 battle bone will still had many cracks as it chased the waves. Similarly, there was also snow wash Goo. It was like a snow-white willow leaf floating on the surface of the water. As for clues and clues Goo, it was like a cuttlefish, swimming in the primeval sea. At the bottom of the sea, there were large numbers of wolf enslavement Goo, most of them were rank 2, few were rank 3, and none were rank 4. Other than that, there were 2 strength of 10 June Goo. Fang Yuan had bought 5 strength of 10 June Goo, but now he had used 3, only 2 were left. A Goo worm with a wolf head and fish belly was lying at the bottom of the sea, moving around from time to time. This was wolf swallow Goo, a rank 4 storage Goo. Fang Yuan still had 1 storage Goo. It was shaped like a cup, it was the rank 5 moving perspective cup Goo. Of course, originally, its effect was only rank 4. Other than the one in the aperture, in Fang Yuan's left eye, there was a faint double pupil, it was wolf care Goo. In his throat, there was wolf howl goo. Under his tongue, there was ghost fire goo. On his chest, there was an azure wolf tattoo, it was azure wolf hair goo. On his back, there was a pair of eagle wings tattoo, it was rank 3 eagle wings goo. The bone bamboo goo and wolf soul goo that he had were all used up. On each of his legs, there was a rank 4 wolf sprint goo, used for movement. The immortal goo fixed immortal travel had to be mentioned, it was buried under poison grassland. Chang Shan Yin's set of goo worms was basically inherited by me. Now that I have tens of thousands of wolves, I can be said to have small success in the aspect of enslavement path. But at this level, he could bully the weak, but against experts, he was still lacking. What enslavement path goo masters feared the most was beheading the leader. Fang Yuan had cooperated with Gu tribe before, and dealt with wolf groups that did not have much intelligence. But against Gu masters, it was much more difficult. As long as one was not an idiot, they would target Fang Yuan first. Back then, Chang Shan Yin was able to kill Ha Tu Gu and the other bandits not only because of his 1,000-man soul, but also because he had several myriad wolf kings, over 100,000 wolves, and even a trump card troop made up of mutated white eyes wolves. Fang Yuan's enslavement path strength was not even 1/5 of the original Chang Shan Yin's. My biggest problem now is that I have reached a bottleneck, I have no choice but to stop cultivating in all aspects. In terms of soul, I have already nurtured a wolfman soul, but to strengthen it further, the best way is to use guts goo. Unfortunately, I am in northern plains and cannot return to Hu immortal blessed land, and Dang Hun mountain is also dying, waiting for me to save it. Because of the effect of immortal goo gruel mud, there are very few complete guts goo. A few days ago, Fang Yuan had used impermanence bone goo, turning all his bones into impermanence bones. A human's body was like a skin bag, containing the soul. Impermanence bones made Fang Yuan's skin bag even sturdier, it was no longer a problem to contain 1,000-man soul. My cultivation has already stagnated because of the foreign region suppression. My soul has reached a bottleneck. In terms of strength path, I have used 3 strength of 10 June goo to nurture 30 June of strength, but this is also the limit of my body. Other than this, as the wolf group increases in numbers, the weakness of enslavement path is also becoming apparent. To feed these wolves, I have to let them out every day to hunt for food. Or I have to personally lead them to hunt, and if they are unlucky, they will have to starve. The burden is too heavy, and the resource consumption is also too high. If not for Gu tribe, I would not be able to raise them by myself. Fang Yuan had taken the initiative to reduce the number of wolves, it was to reduce the pressure on himself. Enslavement path Gu masters expended too many resources, only large clans could afford to raise them. Even super clans would only focus on nurturing 2 or 3. These days, Fang Yuan had been thinking about how to solve this problem of feeding the wolves. Different from others, he had a huge advantage, that was, he had a blessed land. If he could send the wolves to the blessed land to feed them, and teleport them back when needed, this problem would be perfectly solved. But Hu immortal blessed land was in central continent, and whole Earth Gu's range was limited to one region. That is to say, whole Earth Gu could connect to any place in central continent. But outside of central continent, it would not be able to do so. Whole Earth Gu was useless, so Fang Yuan thought of Stargate Gu. This Gu was a new Gu invented during the 5 regions chaotic war in his previous life. It was also a rank 5 consumable Gu, and had even more restrictions than Whole Earth Gu. Only when the night sky was filled with stars could it activate the power of the stars in black heaven. But its range was huge, and it could cross the 5 regions. Fang Yuan had the recipe of Stargate Gu, but the materials were scarce, and many ancient Gu worms were needed. 1 or 2 of the supplementary materials were even from the immemorial era. Moreover, the success rate of Stargate Gu was extremely low, there might not even be 1 success in 100 attempts. Fang Yuan did not have any thoughts of Stargate Gu when he transacted with Crane Gate, this was one of the reasons. There was another important reason, that was Blue Charm Lightning movie. Ever since the Blue Charm Lightning movie was kicked out of the Blessed Land by Fang Yuan, it had been lingering on Tian-Ti Mountain, not giving up on attacking Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Crane Gate also did not care about this problem, and the Gu Immortals on Tian-Ti Mountain only cared about the snow in front of their own door, not caring about the frost on other people's roof. Why was Stargate Gu's usage related to Blue Charm Lightning movie? As mentioned earlier, Stargate Gu needed to attract the power of the stars in Black Heaven to form. But Hu Immortal Blessed Land was its own domain, it did not have a sun or stars in the sky. If it wanted to attract the power of the stars, it would need to open the door and attract the starlight from the outside world. But this way, the Blue Charm Lightning movie would take the chance to enter. This was something that absolutely did not make up for the losses. Dang Hun Mountain was dying, its power was greatly reduced. If the Blue Charm Lightning movie entered the Blessed Land, it would be even worse. This way, Stargate Gu would not work. It seems I can only see if there is a solution in Langya Blessed Land. According to our current speed, we should be able to reach the Crescent Moon Lake in about 7 days. Fang Yuan sighed, placing his hopes on Langya Blessed Land. In the dark night, the moon shone brightly, the stars were sparse, and a cool breeze blew. On the grassland, there was a crescent-shaped lake. The lake was 15,000 li long and had an average width of 5,000 li. The two ends of the lake were curved and sharp, while the middle part was slightly wider, resembling a crescent moon. The lake was calm, sparkling with light, reflecting off the crescent moon in the night sky. It was Crescent Lake. Water plants were abundant here, it was tranquil and beautiful, with many living beings living here. There were 3-horned rhinos, water wolves, dragonfish, iron shell flowers, cliff grass, and horseshoe trees surrounding this lake, forming a sparse forest. A patch of dark clouds surged from afar, emitting a sinister aura. The dark clouds blocked the moonlight, casting a thick shadow. The shadow was like a ferocious beast, streaking across the surface of Crescent Lake, before stopping at its center. It is here. Several people were standing on the dark clouds, one of them was laughing loudly. He had an ugly appearance, his forehead was bulging, his eyes were deeply sunken, his eyes were tightly shut, and his ears were large and conspicuous. His hair was disheveled, and he wore a black robe, giving off a sinister aura. It was none other than the rank 6 Gu Immortal, Gue Wang. Langya Blessed Land is hidden here? Loner Hongyu casually asked. He was also a rank 6 Gu Immortal, he had a youthful appearance, a round face, and was clean. Chapter 465. Time passed bit by bit, several figures stood silently on the dark clouds. Other than Gue Wang and Loner Hongyu, there were 3 female immortals. These 3 immortals were all beautiful and graceful, they were Hua Hai's 3 immortals. The green-clothed woman had a cold expression, she was Fairy Qing Sua. The yellow-clothed woman was petite and fair, she was called Fairy Huang Sha. The pink-dressed woman was charming and charming, she was called Fairy Fen Meng. The 3 of them stood together, separated from the Ghost King and Loner Hongyu by a distance, clearly separated from each other. Fairy Qing Sua stared at the Crescent Lake below, while Fairy Huang Sha and Fairy Fen Meng conversed softly, their gazes sweeping towards Gue Wang and Loner Hongyu from time to time. Their gazes were filled with vigilance. Not mentioning Gue Wang's ugly appearance, the 3 beautiful immortals were disgusted by him. Loner Hongyu, in order to refine Gu in the past, he killed his parents and betrayed his brothers, this made the 3 righteous path female immortals despise him greatly. But Langya Blessed Land was no small matter, the Gu immortal who had once lived inside was the famous number 1 refinement path immortal of all times, Long Hair Ancestor. This person was extremely skilled in refinement path, he had rank 8 cultivation and was one of the few refinement path geniuses in history. He had lived for a long time, he had lived through 2 generations of venerables, thieving heaven demon venerable and giant sun immortal. What did this mean? That was to say, the 2 rank 9 Gu immortals had not lived as long as him. Even thieving heaven and giant sun, the 2 venerables, were in awe of his refinement path talent and admitted defeat. They had even once asked long hair ancestor to refine Gu for them. Later generations had calculated that long hair ancestor had refined at least 38 immortal Gu in his life. This was only a summary of historical events, it did not include those legends and stories. But such a person could not resist the river of time, he eventually died of old age. According to rumors, after he died, he turned into a land spirit and continued to refine Gu in Langyup Blessed Land. Langyup Blessed Land was long hair ancestors' residence, thus it had a vast number of Gu worm recipes, including immortal Gu recipes. Although the 3 Hua Hai immortals did not like Gui Wang and Loner Hongyu, the allure of immortal Gu recipes was enough to make them abandon their righteous path identities and secretly cooperate with these 2 demonic path Gu immortals. Time slowly passed. Crack. Suddenly, with a soft sound, the void above the crescent moon lake shattered, revealing bright lightning. The earth disaster has begun, the Ghost King shouted excitedly. For a time, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky above the center of the crescent moon lake. Without a doubt, this was the sign of an earthly calamity, causing a hole to appear in the blessed land. Loner Hongyu's eyes shone brightly as he stared at the hole without blinking. The 3 Hua Hai immortals looked at each other and saw the excitement in each other's eyes. Their breathing also quickened. Immortal Gu were hard to find, these 5 Gu immortals did not have any immortal Gu. Of course, there were still rank 5 Gu worms, and there were many of them, each of them was of high quality. But no matter how many mortal Gu there were, they could not compare to an immortal Gu. Gu immortal's desire towards immortal Gu was even greater than a lustful wolf seeing a peerless beauty. Rumble, in the sky above the lake, thunder kept exploding and lightning kept striking. It even formed lightning, water, and lightning that poured down like a torrential rain. The second hole, the third hole, the earthly calamity created one hole after another, appearing one after another. This is the earthly calamity, myriad lightning rain, such terrifying power. Loner Hongyu's eyes revealed shock as he saw this. If it landed in our Hua Hai blessed land, even if we 3 sisters join hands, we might not be able to resist it, right? Langyup blessed land is indeed long hair ancestors' possession, can we really obtain the immortal Gu recipe this time? The 3 Hua Hai immortals looked at each other, their faces pale. Earlier, the Ghost King had given them many benefits, the 3 Hua Hai immortals had rushed over excitedly. Now, the 3 felt that this trip would not be easy, it would not be easy to barge into Langyup blessed land. All Gu immortals were geniuses among men, possessing extraordinary wisdom. Be it the 3 Hua Hai immortals or the Loner Hongyu, they became vigilant. The Ghost King saw everyone's expression and laughed hoarsely, this dog's hit heaven and earth has always wanted to maintain balance. The blessed land has fortune, so heaven and earth send down calamities and tribulations, using all methods to wear down this fortune. The better the management of the blessed land, the stronger the calamities and tribulations. Look at this myriad lightning rain, its power is simply on par with those blessed lands with secret forbidden lands. Think about it. How many recipes are stored in this Langyup blessed land? There are bound to be many immortal Gu recipes, otherwise why would the wretched heaven send down such a powerful calamity and tribulation? The immortals' hearts jolted at these words. Thinking of immortal Gu, these people's gazes became heated. The Ghost King is right. I have also entered some blessed lands, some of them are ownerless blessed lands that are about to be destroyed, their earthly calamities are nothing more than a drizzle. But blessed lands are very important, which Gu immortal doesn't want to manage them well. Loner Hongyu smiled bitterly, the better the blessed land, the stronger the calamities and tribulations. Gu immortal cultivation is not easy. Ha ha ha, Cultivation is defying heaven, the wretched heaven wants to weaken us and suppress us, so we have to defy heaven. Ghost King added. Your words are somewhat biased. Immortal cultivation is actually following heaven's will. We use goo worms to learn the laws of the great Tao of heaven and earth. We manage blessed lands in place of heaven and earth, nurturing countless blessings and bringing blessings to all living beings. Fairy Ching Suo retorted, her voice was crisp and sweet. Loner Hongyu stopped speaking, considering the situation, he did not want to continue on this topic. This was the difference in ideals between demonic path and righteous path, it had been differentiated since the immemorial era, and even now, there was no clear difference. Ghost King chuckled, he pointed at the hole below and said, everyone, the earthly calamity is getting more and more intense. To prevent the land spirit from cutting off these holes, we might as well take action now. Alright. Loner Hongyu immediately expressed his support. Ghost King, please go first. The three immortals reached a consensus. Ghost King chuckled, taking out a bead of green grape immortal essence and activating a goo worm, it flew into the hole with the green grape immortal essence in its mouth. When this goo worm entered the blessed land, it was unknown if it was suppressed or destroyed by the earthly calamity, but it instantly lost contact with Ghost King. But Ghost King's green grape immortal essence was also sent into Langya blessed land, it immediately exploded and started to consume the immortal essence in Langya blessed land. To Gu immortals, every bead of green grape immortal essence was extremely precious. Normally, Gu immortals would focus on accumulating, they would not use it unless absolutely necessary. Seeing that the Ghost King had taken the lead, the other four then followed suit and threw one each. Ghost King threw the second bead, and according to the sequence, the others also threw the second round. After a Gu immortal died, although they formed a land spirit, they could no longer produce immortal essence. The immortal essence in the land spirit's hands decreased as time passed, while Ghost King's group had 4 people, they had the advantage in numbers. But after 100 rounds, this Langya blessed land still had immortal essence to use. Other than Ghost King, the other immortals were hesitant. That long-hair ancestor was a rank 8 Gu immortal, although he died, he left behind white lychee immortal essence. 100 beads of green grape immortal essence cannot compare to 1 bead of white lychee immortal essence. When it was Fairy Fan Meng's turn, she held a bead of green grape immortal essence, but did not immediately throw it. Ghost King's gaze flickered with a sinister light, he sneered, Fairy, what is there to fear? Long-hair ancestor was a person from thieving heaven demon Venerable's era, he tried to prolong his life, struggling at death's door until Giant Sun Immortal's era, when he finally died of old age. Although he left behind white lychee immortal essence, he had also experienced the eras of spectral soul demon Venerable and Paradise Earth immortal Venerable. The former Langya Grotto heaven had already fallen to a blessed land. How much white lychee immortal essence is there now? I'm afraid only some immortal water remains. Loner Hongyu also chuckled, Ghost King is right. You guys have seen the earthly calamity earlier. Langya blessed land has so many recipes, many of them involve immortal goo, the fortune is too great, every calamity and tribulation is so intense. No matter how much white lychee immortal essence there is, it will be used up soon. This world has always been like this, the courageous die from overeating while the cowardly die from starvation. Everyone has already thrown in so much immortal essence, are you going to give up? Maybe you are not far from success. Ghost King tempted. The 3 female immortals looked at each other, and Fairy Ching Suo said, what the 2 of you said is correct, but the immortal energy of us 3 sisters is also saved bead by bead. It's not something that grows out of nowhere. How about this, let's throw in another 50 rounds and see the situation. After another 50 rounds, Langya blessed land finally showed signs of not being able to hold on. Gue Wangda was overjoyed and laughed wildly. The 3 female immortals had always felt Ghost King's laughter was hoarse and ear-piercing, but now they only felt joy when they heard it. It was as if they could see immortal goo recipes waving at them. After another 30 rounds, the four immortals' immortal essence entered the blessed land and expanded, affecting each other and causing a chain of explosions. But the blessed land finally showed no signs of movement. This meant the blessed land's immortal essence was exhausted. "Everyone, I'll be going first." Ghost King suddenly laughed loudly, flapping his green-black bat wings and entering Langya blessed land through the hole. "Oh no!" Loner Hongyu shouted loudly, afraid of falling behind. He turned into a red light and flew in. These demonic Path Gu masters are truly devious and crafty. Hua Hai's three immortals were so angry that their noses were crooked, they quickly followed behind. The three immortals entered the blessed land and could use all their rank 5 Gu worms at will. Langya blessed land's immortal essence was indeed used up. Fairy Huang Sha said excitedly. The three immortals charged through the myriad lightning rain and arrived at the depths of the blessed land. The blessed land was filled with a pure white cloud sea, with smoke curling up and rising. In the primeval sea, there were 12 pavilions, each with carved railings and painted rafters, looking grand and magnificent. It was a wondrous sight. In the pavilions, there were immortal cranes flying, feathermen circling, colorful lights filling the sky, and sandalwood fragrance wafting in the air. "This is cloud soil, it is like stepping on solid ground, the soil is fertile and far surpasses mortal soil." Fairy Ching Sua stomped her jade-like feet and said excitedly. "This is indeed the aura of an immortal ancestor." Fairy Fan Meng exclaimed in admiration. In the legendary 12 cloud pavilions, each pavilion has a huge collection of secret recipes. To think I could see it with my own eyes today. Fairy Huang Sha felt extremely blessed. "Ha ha ha, these are all mine." Far away, Ghost King's ear-piercing voice could be heard. He was flying towards one of the cloud pavilions. As for Loner Hongyu, he was already extremely close to another cloud pavilion. Chapter 466. Several days later. Carriages rumbled and horses neighed. Gu Tribe's group arrived at Crescent Lake and set up camp near the sparse horseshoe forest. Gu Tribe's higher-ups finally let out a sigh of relief when they got here. Water and grass were plentiful here, there were large numbers of beast groups, they could hold a proper hunt and replenish their rations before setting off. "We finally arrived here." Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. That night, he used the excuse of leading the wolf group to hunt and left Gu Tribe's sight. There was no moon tonight, but the sky was filled with stars. The wolf group galloped in the night wind, devouring any small or medium-sized beast groups they encountered. The wolf group howled in excitement, they had been half-starving these last few days, they could finally eat their fill tonight. Even with 30,000 wolves, Fang Yuan still carefully controlled the wolf group's movement. Although the wolf group was huge, Crescent Lake also had hidden dangers. There were even larger water wolf groups, three-horned rhino groups, as well as thousands of mutated beasts, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of insects. Of course, these insect groups and beast groups had their own territories, unlike the beasts and insects on the grassland that moved around. Crescent Lake had plentiful water and grass, they did not need to move around to look for food. As long as Fang Yuan and Gu Tribe did not invade their territories, they would not find trouble with them. According to his previous life's memories, Fang Yuan followed the lakeside and headed east, arriving at a stone forest. This stone forest was very ordinary, there were stone pillars of gray-white, purple-black, greenish-yellow, and other colors, separated from each other, quietly standing upright. There were many stone forests around Crescent Lake, but this one was rather special. If someone looked down from above, they would only see the gray-white stone pillars, they would find that the stone pillars formed the word, thieving. Speaking of this stone forest, it had a huge origin. It was personally arranged by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Back then, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable asked Long-Hair Ancestor to refine Gu for him, he made a bet with him, winning 3 out of 5 rounds. Long-hair ancestor lost and had no choice but to admit defeat, agreeing to refine goo for thieving heaven demon Venerable. Thieving heaven demon Venerable had always wanted to enter the legendary Void Gate. He asked long-hair ancestor to refine an immortal goo, space escape goo, which could allow people to enter the Void Gate. He took out the secret recipe that he had spent his entire life studying. Long-hair ancestor was rather excited when he saw it. He felt that the recipe was very good and correct, but there were still some areas that could be improved. After discussing with thieving heaven demon Venerable, he was very happy. Long-hair ancestor's refinement path attainment was much higher than his. The two immortals worked together and spent 21 years to finally refine space escape goo. But even though this goo was refined and thieving heaven demon Venerable could use it, he could not enter space door no matter what. The demon Venerable was disheartened. The proud long-hair ancestor also suffered a huge blow. Later, long-hair ancestor. There was no progress in his research with the giant sun immortal. Space escape goo became long-hair ancestor's only failure in his life. It was said that before long-hair ancestor died, he couldn't forget it either. His good friend, immortal Yi Yen, could not bear to see his old friend pass away like this. Thus, he spent 50 years of his lifespan to perform a divination for him. Even after countless years. After 3 great eras, there would be 3 venerables, 2 men and 1 woman. The first was spectral soul demon Venerable. The second was paradise earth immortal Venerable, and the third was great dream immortal Venerable. As for the problem of space escape goo, it would be solved by great dream immortal Venerable. Immortal Yi Yen was a rank 8 wisdom path goo immortal. He was proficient in divination and often hit the nail on the head, thus he was called immortal Yi Yen. And the prophecy he deduced was the famous prophecy of 3 venerables that was known by later generations. As expected, the world continued to change and develop. After giant sun immortal, spectral soul demon Venerable really appeared. After the demon Venerable died, a rank 9 male goo immortal appeared. He belonged to the righteous path and was called paradise earth immortal Venerable. Right now, paradise earth immortal Venerable had died of old age. The prophecy of 3 venerables was more than half correct, only great dream immortal Venerable had yet to appear. Moreover, long-hair ancestor was both happy and sad when he learned of this deduction. He was happy because the problem of space escape goo could finally be solved. He was sad because he would not live to see that day. After long-hair ancestor died and turned into a land spirit, he only had one obsession, that was to see great dream immortal Venerable. As long as she could solve the problem of space escape goo, the whole of Langya blessed land would belong to her. Back then, when long-hair ancestor refined space escape goo for thieving heaven demon Venerable, he obtained a failed product and could not find any problems with it. He was greatly ashamed and agreed to refine 9 more goo for thieving heaven demon Venerable. The materials for the goo refinement were all provided by him. Thieving heaven demon Venerable then asked long-hair ancestor to refine 6 more immortal goo. Before thieving heaven demon Venerable mysteriously disappeared, he set up his inheritance in the 5 regions and made an agreement with long-hair ancestor to leave the remaining 3 goo refinement opportunities to his inheritor. After long-hair ancestor agreed, the two agreed on a secret code. More than 10 years later, one of thieving heaven demon Venerable's inheritances was suddenly opened and revealed to the public. The contents of the inheritance was a riddle and the answer pointed to Langya blessed land. Northern Plains became a craze for guessing riddles. Countless people tried to solve and excavate them. Rumors spread, but no one succeeded. Next, Ma Hongyun was defeated in the battlefield and was forced to flee to Crescent Lake. At the lakeside, he encountered an ambush that had been planned for a long time. In a panic, he escaped to this stone forest and unexpectedly found a passageway in the stone forest. Through this secret passageway, he entered Langya blessed land and met the land spirit. After getting the secret code, the land spirit of Langya refined 3 goo worms for him according to the agreement. Ma Hongyun obtained these 3 rank 5 gu and recuperated completely. He returned to the stone forest and displayed his might, turning defeat into victory and making a comeback, finally ascending to the throne of the Lord of the Imperial Court for the 2nd time. Fang Yuan recalled as he walked slowly. Next, his eyes brightened as he stopped under a purple stone pillar. This stone pillar was ordinary, but there was a rock at the base and the top was smooth like a stool. Back then, after Ma Hongyun was defeated, he was chased by the enemy and was on the verge of death. When he escaped here, he had nowhere to go and was on the verge of death. He sat on this stone stool and leaned against the stone pillar, looking up at the sky. Suddenly, he felt that this stone pillar resembled his beloved wife's appearance. He was close to losing consciousness. He used his blood-stained hand to touch the stone pillar, calling out with deep emotion, "Lian Yun, oh Lian Yun. I really regret not listening to your advice. I want to see you, I want to tell you in front of your face, I love you, I was wrong." At this time, the enemy had already arrived, his saber was already raised high. But at the next moment, Ma Hongyun suddenly vanished. He had entered Langyuk blessed land. Fang Yuan sat on this stone stool and leaned his back against the stone pillar, raising his head to look up. But he did not find anything resembling a woman on this stone pillar. Fang Yuan laughed. It seems that this Ma Hongyun is thinking of her after seeing something. His longing is so deep that he can think of Zhao Lianyun in everything he sees. This Zhao Lianyun was a mystical woman. She would become a wisdom path gu immortal in the future. She was Ma Hongyun's wife. She helped him plan and scheme. But right now, she was just a little girl. Fang Yuan took out his dagger and cut a wound, smearing his blood on this purple stone pillar. This purple stone pillar. Thieving heaven demon Venerable had once used a mysterious gu worm on it. Blood was only the first requirement to open the passage. There was still the second requirement, that was to say the word want. The moment Fang Yuan said these 2 words, his body instantly vanished, and his vision abruptly changed. By the time he reacted, he was already in a room. In the room, there was a pill furnace's fragrance. Dragon pillars, golden curtains, crane lanterns, vermilion windows. An old man with the demeanor of an immortal was sitting cross-legged on a cloud bed, meditating with his eyes closed. He was tall and thin. His hair was white as snow, his beard reached his chest, his face was ruddy like a baby's, and he wore a loose robe. His sleeves were fluttering. Demon Venerable's descendant Chang Shan-yin has come to pay respects. Fang Yuan placed his right hand on his chest, slightly bowing. "You are Chang Shan-yin." The old man opened his eyes slightly. His eyes flickered with brilliance as he looked around at Fang Yuan, his gaze seemingly solid. "Your skin is quite interesting." It is human skin, shame plum, autumn sound grass." There is also pill fire gu and medicinal strength gu. "And some." The land spirit frowned deeply, stroking his beard with a hesitant expression. He actually saw through Fang Yuan's disguise at first glance, and even deduced the general contents of the human skin gu's recipe just by observing. "Lad, do you want to exchange for this gu worm recipe? I will use a gu worm of the same level as the exchange. Or you can choose a gu worm recipe of the same level." "Oh, right. Secret code, right, secret code." Halfway through, the land spirit came to a realization, slapping his forehead as he remembered there was a secret code. Fang Yuan shrugged his shoulders. "The secret code that Demon Venerable agreed upon back then?" "Ha, that means there is no secret code. As for the human skin gu's recipe, I cannot exchange it now." "You are actually not exchanging? Why?" The land spirit was furious. A heavy pressure descended from the air. Fang Yuan could not move, his bones creaking from the pressure. But he sneered, not minding it. "I naturally have my reasons for not exchanging. You don't need to know." The land spirit laughed eerily. "Hee, even if you don't want to exchange, I will imprison you here, peel off your skin, and after some research, I will be able to deduce this human skin goo's recipe. No, you won't do it. Fang Yuan's tone was firm. I am the demon venerable's descendant. Before completing the agreement of 3 gu, you cannot do anything to me. According to Earth's understanding, the land spirit was equivalent to an intelligent program. It was just that the land spirit that long-hair ancestor had transformed into had high intelligence and was good at scaring others. In the 500 years of his previous life, Ma Hongyun was scared by him and lost the precious opportunity to refine immortal gu, only refining 3 rank 5 gu. After that, Ma Hongyun was filled with regret. After becoming a gu immortal, every time he thought of this matter, he would wring his hands and sigh. You! The land spirit glared at him, his eyes seemed to be spewing fire, as if he was angry enough to kill someone. But Fang Yuan was unmoved. The land spirit stared for a long time, and suddenly, like a deflated balloon, his whole body became dispirited. Next, he sullenly got off the cloud bed and walked towards Fang Yuan, pulling his sleeves and begging softly, "Young lad, do a good deed and exchange this recipe." Fang Yuan was speechless. What situation was this? The change in attitude was too fast. Chapter 467. Young lad, please have some tea. This is high-quality cloud smoke tea, quickly have a taste. Land spirit of Lengia sat beside the cloud bed and personally brewed a cup of tea for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sat on the land spirit's previous seat, speechlessly looking at this clown land spirit in front of him. After Fang Yuan chatted with the land spirit for a while, he understood, this land spirit was extremely fond of collecting secret recipes, and would do anything to get an exquisite recipe. If it was someone else, the land spirit would have already extorted them. But towards Fang Yuan, the descendant of the demon venerable, he could not intimidate him, and could only use soft words to beg. Handsome young lad, is the tea nice? Are you happy? For the sake of this tea, you can exchange for the human skin goo's recipe. Land spirit of Lengia smiled fawningly, winking at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan drank his tea silently. The image of the sage-like, mysterious and powerful land spirit of Lengia in his heart was rapidly collapsing. Young lad, do me a favor, have pity on an old man like me. I live here alone, how depressing, how lonely, how thirsty. I can only look at these recipes to relieve my boredom. Could it be that you have the heart to cruelly reject a pitiful old man like me? Land spirit had the image of a white-bearded, white-haired, white-browed grandpa, looking at Fang Yuan anxiously. Hey, can you have some self-awareness? You are a land spirit, not a human. Fang Yuan's eyes twitched. Young lad, whatever you say is true. As long as you give me the recipe, I will do anything you want. The grandpa winked at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan resisted the urge to kick this guy down, and shouted, "No, I won't exchange." Land spirit of Lengia's body froze for a moment, then he burst into tears and rolled on the ground. "No, I want it. I want the recipe, I want the recipe." Young lad, you are too cruel, too savage, too heartless. You actually won't exchange, will you die if you exchange? You can change now. Really, seeing is believing. Fang Yuan's forehead was full of black lines. The mysterious and powerful image of the land spirit of Lengia that he had in his heart had been shattered into pieces. Then, he was ruthlessly trampled into dregs. However, this also showed the innocence of the land spirit of Lengia. The old land spirit grandpa rolled on the ground a few times and cried for a long time, but Fang Yuan still did not let go. He had to stand up. His face was covered with tears and snot, and even his white hair, beard and eyebrows were smeared with it. Young man, your conscience is very bad. It's too cruel. No wonder you're the heir of the demon lord. The old man looked at Fang Yuan with a bitter expression. He looked like a woman who had been abandoned by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan finally couldn't stand such a gaze and shuddered. He sighed and said, "Forget it, I can give you the recipe for the human skin goo. But that will have to wait until the time is right." "Young man, you're too good. You're really a good person. When will the time be right?" The land spirit jumped 3 feet high and was extremely happy. He, 500 years later. The old land spirit grandpa's raised eyebrows immediately relaxed. "So long, this is my biggest concession." "Why, you don't want to exchange?" "Of course, how can I not exchange? Looking at 500 years, I can also wait." "Young man, I will always wait for you. This is our lifetime promise," the old man said affectionately. Fang Yuan covered his face and sighed deeply. "I still have the recipe here, I want to exchange it for a connecting heaven goo." Hearing that Fang Yuan had a request for him, the land spirit of Langya's expression immediately changed. He straightened his body and slightly raised his head, showing an arrogant expression. "Oh, you want to exchange for connecting heaven goo," he spoke slowly and continued, "To tell you the truth, young man, I have a huge amount of recipes here. If I have the recipe that you took out, I will not exchange it." Fang Yuan smiled confidently. "Old man, you are already outdated. Bring me a pen and paper, I will write one for you." Halfway through, Fang Yuan stopped writing. "Write, quickly write, what else is there?" The land spirit stood at the side, scratching his ears and cheeks anxiously, his eyes shining brightly. He had already confirmed that this was a brand new recipe that he had never seen before. "This is a rank 5 recipe, where is your connecting heaven goo?" Here. The land spirit waved his hand and moved a connecting heaven goo to the table. After Fang Yuan finished writing this recipe, he refined the connecting heaven goo and stored it in his aperture. At the side, the land spirit happily looked at this recipe. The goo worm in the recipe was a new goo developed by goo masters in the Great Era 500 years later. In that chaotic era of the 5 regions, the flames of war burned the whole world, all kinds of new goo emerged. In such chaotic times, rank 9 goo immortals would often appear. Fang Yuan had his previous life's memories, although he had forgotten a lot, he still had a large number of recipes in his mind. These recipes, to exaggerate, were simply ahead of an era. The land spirit had naturally not seen them before. "Do you have divine sense goo here?" Fang Yuan asked after keeping the connecting heaven goo. "Yes." "Do you want to trade? Do you have a goo worm recipe?" The land spirit grandpa was surprised and happy. Fang Yuan nodded with a smile, spreading out the pen and paper and started writing. But this time, halfway through writing, the land spirit laughed, "Young man, I also have the secret recipe for this goo worm of yours." "Oh." Fang Yuan stopped writing with a shocked expression. He did not think that the land spirit was lying. The land spirit was simple, if he said he had, then he had, if he didn't, then he didn't. "If you don't believe me, you can take a look at this." The land spirit Langya grabbed at the air, a cowhide recipe was moved over and placed on the table. Fang Yuan took a look, it was really so. It seems that although the goo worms in my memories appeared 500 years later, they might not be brand new goo worms. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan smiled and said to the land spirit, "Don't worry, if this one doesn't work, I still have another one." But this time, Fang Yuan only wrote a third when the land spirit clapped and laughed. "Although I do not have this goo worm recipe, I have a similar one. Take it and take a look." Saying so, he gave Fang Yuan a recipe. The similarity was as high as 90%. Fang Yuan immediately understood, this recipe of mine is very likely a goo master's modified old recipe. "Young man, this recipe of yours is not worth much, I will not trade it," the land spirit said. Fang Yuan collected his thoughts. When Long Hair Ancestor was alive, he liked to collect recipes and research them. He was known as the #1 refinement path immortal since ancient times, and had lived for a long time. He had collected countless recipes and could be said to be a master of recipes. And in Fang Yuan's own era, it had not reached its most intense moment, at least Great Dream Immortal Venerable had not appeared yet. These gu worm recipes in Fang Yuan's memories, compared to Langya Blessed Land's accumulation of countless eras, seemed shallow. Take a look at this one. Fang Yuan continued writing. But these recipes were not originally in Langya Blessed Land, they were modified from ancient recipes, they could not enter the land's spirit's eyes. Fang Yuan was helpless. In his memories, there were some gu worms. He was sure they were new gu worms, but these gu worms were very important, each represented huge benefits. Each gu worm could change the situation of a battle. Once they flowed out of Langya Blessed Land, the loss of benefits was a small matter, the key was to change the course of history, and to Fang Yuan, the disadvantages far outweighed the advantages. Land Spirit, take a look at this recipe. Fang Yuan thought for a while and wrote down the Stargate Gu's recipe. The Land Spirit looked at it and became interested. The more Fang Yuan wrote, the more interested he became. I have never seen this gu worm recipe before, it is quite strange, quite strange. The old grandpa smacked his lips, unable to contain his joy. This was a rank 5 gu recipe, Fang Yuan thus successfully exchanged for divine sense gu. Young lad, this Stargate gu is interesting, it actually has the effect of crossing regions. The 5 regions are separated by a barrier, but it ingeniously borrowed the power of Black Heaven. This gu worm, in history, has only been the whole earth gu and connecting heaven gu. Once you use this Stargate, it can be on par with these 2 gu worms. Did you conceive this gu? The Land Spirit asked. Of course. Fang Yuan admitted without hesitation. He did not feel the slightest bit of guilt for impersonating someone else. Then, he shamelessly boasted, the previous few recipes, some of them were developed by me, or modified according to the recipes. This action no doubt deepened the relationship between him and the Land Spirit of Langya. Young friend, you have talent in refinement path, I have a whole new level of respect for you. The Land Spirit Grandpa no longer called Fang Yuan young lad, but called him young friend instead. But this Stargate gu also has its drawbacks. It needs to be activated by drawing starlight at night. Other than that, the success rate of this gu refinement is also low. But if you add some supplementary materials, the success rate can be increased by 30%. Next, the Land Spirit listed the names of several materials. Fang Yuan frowned as he listened, he had never heard of these materials. From the looks of it, if it wasn't an archaic material, then it was something extremely obscure and rarely used. The Land Spirit continued, it seems that this Stargate gu is best matched with starlight fireflies. With starlight fireflies, there will be starlight, and Stargate gu can be used anytime and anywhere. What? Fang Yuan heard this and his heart jumped, quickly asking, starlight fireflies, what are starlight fireflies? You don't know about starlight fireflies? That's right. This gu group was rare even in immemorial times, and had already gone extinct since the olden antiquity era. When the immemorial 9 heavens still existed, most of the starlight fireflies lived in Orange Heaven. The Land Spirit revealed a secret. Fang Yuan was immediately disappointed, since they are already extinct, what's the point of talking about them? The so-called extinct is only referring to the mortal world. Recently, I saw a group of starlight fireflies during the transactions in Jewel Yellow Skies, it seemed to be Star Lord Wanxiang's goods. The Land Spirit recalled. Really? Fang Yuan's eyes brightened. The reason why he exchanged for connecting heaven gu and divine sense gu was to impersonate a gu immortal and transact in Jewel Yellow Skies, exchanging for resources and breaking away from the trade blockade of Crane Gate. The Land Spirit's words increased his interest in starlight fireflies. Fang Yuan rolled his eyes and smiled craftily, Land Spirit, I have many recipes here. But I will only exchange for starlight fireflies. The land spirit shook its head. This cannot be exchanged. Why? I don't have starlight firefly goo. The land spirit replied as a matter of fact. Fang Yuan said snappily, if you don't have starlight firefly goo, can't you use connecting heaven goo and buy it from jewel yellow skies? The land spirit looked strangely at Fang Yuan. Why do I need to buy starlight firefly goo? If you don't buy starlight firefly goo, how are you going to exchange for my recipe? The land spirit shook its head and stubbornly said, your recipe can only be exchanged for the goo worms in the blessed land. Fang Yuan was speechless. The land spirit was too stubborn, it couldn't even understand this point. It was not a human after all, it was just a land spirit, it couldn't even be flexible. Eventually, Fang Yuan's lips were about to break from persuasion, but it still didn't work. The land spirit was stubborn. Fang Yuan could only give up, but he suddenly had a thought, wait, land spirit, you said I will only exchange for the goo worms in the blessed land? Yes. Chapter 468. Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was a rank 6 immortal goo. A nature goo nurtured by heaven and earth, it was refined by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Rank 3 Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, Rank 4 Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus and Rank 5 Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus could produce primeval essence and provide great help to a goo master's primeval essence recovery. Rank 6 and above Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus could produce immortal essence and had great uses. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable relied on this goo to become the person with the most immortal essence among all rank 9 goo immortals. After Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable died, his Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was heavily guarded, it was a famous treasure in the world. But after 100,000 years, it was stolen by an extremely daring rank 7 goo immortal. This rank 7 goo immortal was the descendant of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. After Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable died, this Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was also destroyed. Long Hair Ancestor and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had interacted before. After the Demon Venerable disappeared for hundreds of years, Long Hair Ancestor tried to refine goo. Eventually, it was refined into a rank 6 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. Later, according to his preferences, he raised it to rank 8. Immortal goo were unique and had the same name. After the 6th transformation, the name would not change. For example, Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus and Spring Autumn Cicada. If they were promoted from the 6th to the 7th revolution, they would still be called Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus and Spring Autumn Cicada. After Long Hair Ancestor died, his obsession combined with the power of heaven and earth and turned into a land spirit. This rank 8 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was also left in Langya Blessed Land. Langya Blessed Land was later discovered by a soul path goo immortal called Gue Wang by chance, causing the first wave of attacks. In the end, they were all captured by the earth spirits. But news of Langya Blessed Land was leaked by Gue Wang, attracting even more goo immortals. After that, they organized a second wave, a third wave, and so on. Until the 7th wave, the Celestial Court specially sent several rank 7 goo immortals to descend with immortal goo. After a fierce battle, the Heavenly Monarch's army was destroyed. Langya Blessed Land finally broke apart, but the goo immortals also suffered heavy casualties. This was where Feng Jioge died. The vast amount of secret recipes in Langya Blessed Land were all stored in the Celestial Court. Because of this, Middle Continent's strength skyrocketed, and with the power of one continent, it fought back against the 4 major regions. With the memories of his past life, Fang Yuan was well aware of what was going to happen next. Now that Fang Yuan suggested using immortal goo recipes to exchange for Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, the land spirit rejected without hesitation, of course not. The Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus could produce immortal essence. That's why I have the capital to resist the calamities and tribulations. At the same time, I can use this immortal essence to refine goo. The heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus will definitely not be exchanged. I see. Fang Yuan nodded. Although he had expected it, he was still a little disappointed. But the land spirit's next words. It ignited his hope again. However, I have other immortal goo here. It depends on what secret recipe you have. A rank 7 recipe could only be exchanged for a rank 6 immortal goo. Rank 8 recipes can be exchanged for rank 7 and rank 6 immortal goo. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with divine light. He knew that in Langya Blessed Land, there was a rank 7 beast enslavement goo. This immortal goo could control any wild beast, mutated beast, myriad beast emperor, even desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. Long-Hair Ancestor had used this goo in the past. He had subdued many desolate beasts and even buried several ancient desolate beasts under the foundation of the 12 cloud buildings. With these desolate beasts as guards, the whole of Langya Blessed Land was impregnable. It withstood 6 waves of goo immortals' frenzied attacks until the 7th wave. This beast enslavement goo is extremely important, the land spirit will definitely not exchange it. But Long-Hair Ancestor had refined many immortal goo in the past, he definitely does not only have beast enslavement goo and heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus. Fang Yuan's heart palpitated. After thinking about it, he started to write down the recipe. The old grandpa land spirit was standing beside him. He had his hands behind his back, staring at it. After looking for a while, he laughed. This is second aperture goo, right? Don't tell me you also have this recipe. Fang Yuan stopped writing. Of course, my Langya Blessed Land has countless recipes, there are thousands of immortal goo recipes. The land spirit said proudly. With such wealth, no wonder the celestial court came to attack. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered as he sighed inwardly. If that's the case. He pondered for a while before changing to another piece of paper and continuing to write. This time, he wrote the rank 6 recipe of blood deity. The land spirit's eyes shined with a strange light when he saw the beginning of the recipe. But gradually, the light dimmed down. After Fang Yuan wrote 3 lines, he said, this blood path recipe of yours might be mystical, but it is an incomplete recipe. Although it has made up for some flaws, it conflicts with the laws, the chances of success are very small. With this recipe, you cannot exchange for an immortal goo. Fang Yuan sighed. The blood god's recipe that he had obtained back then was also incomplete. After painstakingly researching it and asking other goo immortals to repair it, he obtained this recipe. He also knew that this recipe was not completely correct. The reason why he did not choose to refine blood deity back then was also because of this. Later, he coincidentally obtained the correct recipe of Spring-Autumn Cicada. Thus, he gave up on blood deity and refined Spring-Autumn Cicada instead. But Spring-Autumn Cicada was related to his greatest secret of rebirth. Even if Langya Blessed Land did not have this recipe, Fang Yuan would not take it out to exchange for a goo. He exposed it in 3 Kings Blessed Land because he was in a deep predicament and wanted to take a gamble to obtain shocking benefits. In the current situation, he was not in a desperate situation and did not need to take the risk. But this way, Fang Yuan could not continue writing down this blood deity's recipe. He only knew a dozen or so immortal goo recipes. But most of them were incomplete. Blood deity's recipe was already the best among the incomplete recipes. He only had 2 complete and correct immortal goo recipes, one was second aperture goo and the other was Spring-Autumn Cicada. But the former's recipe was already in Langya Blessed Land. Fang Yuan did not dare to casually expose the latter. Fang Yuan was silent. After pondering for a while, he asked, Land Spirit, if I use a rank 5 recipe to exchange for a Stargate goo, can I? The Land Spirit shook its head, no. You can only exchange for the goo worms I have now. Fang Yuan was not resigned and asked, Land Spirit, don't you want to refine the Stargate goo? After all, this is a brand new goo. Of course I want to. Although it is not suitable for me, I can put it in jewel yellow skies and sell it. But when I will refine it and when I can succeed, that is hard to say. The Land Spirit suddenly reacted. At this time, he had become smarter. Little friend, you are thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritor. Here, you have 3 chances for me to refine goo for you. But refining an immortal goo, regardless of success or failure, it is counted as 1 attempt. If it is refining a mortal goo, I will definitely hand the refined goo to you. If you want the Stargate goo, I will definitely refine it for you. The Land Spirit suggested. Fang Yuan realized there was such a detail. No wonder Ma Hongyun wanted to choose 3 rank 5 goo. When he was reduced to this place, he was only a mortal and did not know the value of an immortal goo. Moreover, a mortal's body could not use immortal goo. Thus, he chose 3 rank 5 goo to increase his battle strength. After returning to the outside world, he turned the tide and gathered his army, turning defeat into victory. When Ma Hongyun became a goo immortal, he realized how precious the opportunities in Langyup Blessed Land were. Unfortunately, by that time, it was already too late for regrets. Ma Hongyun's awkwardness was also Fang Yuan's awkwardness. Fang Yuan was immortal now, even if he had an immortal goo, he could not use it. Little Hu Immortal Land Spirit could use immortal goo, but whether it was Grotto Heaven goo, Connecting Heaven goo or Stargate goo, they could not bear the immortal goo. That is to say, even if Fang Yuan had an immortal goo, he could not bring it back to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Moreover, there was a precondition for these 3 chances to refine the immortal goo, that was Fang Yuan had to provide the immortal goo's recipe. If the recipe was wrong, he could not refine it. Immortal goo were unique, if others already had the same immortal goo, Fang Yuan could not refine it. According to the Land Spirit's words, if the immortal goo refinement failed, this chance would be lost. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was able to refine the immortal goo 6 times in the past, one was because Long-Hair Ancestor had pride and disdained purposely failing. Secondly, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was overflowing with talent and had great abilities, he had made ample preparations and made use of every opportunity. This caused Long-Hair Ancestor to lose large amounts of precious goo refinement materials, causing him to bleed profusely 6 times. Now that Long-Hair Ancestor was dead and turned into a Land Spirit, although he would not play tricks when Fang Yuan refined the immortal goo, he was after all a Land Spirit and not Long-Hair Ancestor himself, his goo refinement ability would be reduced. Then, should he waste such a precious chance to refine a Stargate goo? Fang Yuan fell into deep thought. According to common sense, the best way to make use of these 3 opportunities was to imitate Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable back then and refine 3 immortal goo. But to Fang Yuan, there were many difficulties. Firstly, he did not have the immortal goo recipe. Secondly, he did not have Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's ability, he could not guarantee the immortal goo refinement. If the goo refinement failed, he would have wasted a good opportunity. It would be better to refine a rank 5 goo. Finally, he was immortal, he could not even use immortal goo. Although immortal goo had great value, they were of no help to him, and if he brought them out, it would attract trouble instead, he might as well use a rank 5 goo. Even a rank 5 goo was not suitable for Fang Yuan. With Fang Yuan's current situation in Northern Plains, using a rank 4 goo was just right. Of course, I can keep these 3 opportunities and not use them for the time being. In any case, this opportunity is already in my hands, even if Ma Hongyun comes personally or that Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance appears, it will not affect me. But right now, I really need Stargate goo. Fang Yuan fell into hesitation, feeling very troubled. His current strength path cultivation only had 30 June of strength, he urgently needed goo worms that could modify his skin and flesh. In terms of enslavement path cultivation, the burden of feeding the wolf group was extremely heavy. Without the clan's support, he could only maintain around 30,000 by himself. In terms of soul, the wolfman's soul had already been refined, he only needed to go to Dang Hun Mountain and use Guts Gu to strengthen it. In terms of cultivation realm, he clearly had the conditions to break through, but because of the foreign region's suppression, he could not break through to rank 5. His current situation was like a person playing chess, all the pieces that could be moved had been moved to a point where they could no longer move. He had already fallen into a deadlock, a deep bottleneck. Chapter 469. If there was no external help, he could only rely on his own strength to slowly accumulate and break through when the time was right. But because he had spring-autumn cicada, what he lacked the most was time. At the same time, if he wasted time and missed some fortuitous encounters, the advantage of rebirth would be gone. These 3 opportunities are indeed very precious. But if I keep them for later, it might seem like I am making full use of these 3 opportunities, but it is delaying my development. The specific situation needs to be analyzed. I cannot blindly imitate Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Ma Hong Yun's choice is wasting these 3 opportunities. After pondering for a while, Fang Yuan made his decision. Land Spirit, I have thought it through. Fang Yuan said slowly, this time, I will trouble you to refine Stargate Gu for me. As for the other 2 opportunities, I will leave them for later. You really want me to refine Stargate Gu? Do you know you are giving up a precious opportunity to refine an immortal Gu? Maybe you can take a gamble. Use that blood deity's recipe from earlier. Land Spirit persuaded Fang Yuan. He was very fond of recipes, although blood deity's recipe was incomplete, he still wanted to collect it. Fang Yuan shook his head. When he decided on something, he would not hesitate. No, I will refine Stargate Gu. Alright. In this world, there is no strongest Gu worm, only a Gu worm that suits you the most. You cannot use immortal Gu, but it seems this Stargate Gu is very useful to you. I will refine this Gu for you now. Land Spirit Grandpa said as he willed, and 5 Gu immortals were teleported over. These 5 Gu immortals, one was ugly, one had a rosy face, one wore green clothes, one wore yellow clothes, and one wore a pink skirt. They were Gui Wang's group. They attacked Langya Blessed Land and threw out their green grape immortal essence to expend Langya Blessed Land's white lychee immortal essence. But the result was that the land spirit purposely showed weakness and made a fool out of them. Langya Blessed Land had the rank 8 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, it never lacked white lychee immortal essence. Gui Wang and the others did not have any immortal Gu, so the land spirit lured them into the Blessed Land. By the time these 5 reached the cloud building, the land spirit had already sealed their rank 5 Gu. Ghost King and the rest sensed that something was amiss and hurriedly used all of their celestial elemental energy, but in the end, they were still no match for the land spirit of Langya. The land spirit didn't even summon a desolate beast to capture the 5 immortals alive. For the 5 immortals to be able to cultivate to this stage, they all knew how to adapt to the situation, they immediately chose to save their lives and submit to the land spirit. When they realized that they had been teleported over, they quickly reacted and bowed at the land spirit. They said in unison, "Greetings, land spirit of Langya." The land spirit stroked his snow-white beard and returned to the state of an otherworldly master that Fang Yuan had seen him for the first time. "This is Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritor Chang Shanin, come and greet him." Land spirit introduced. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's heir. The 5 immortals looked at each other, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. The disdain he had for Fang Yuan's mortal identity instantly vanished without a trace. What kind of person was Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable? He was a rank 9 Gu immortal. From immemorial antiquity to remote antiquity, olden antiquity, medieval antiquity, recent antiquity, and now, there were only 10 Gu immortals in human history. An inheritor of a rank 9 Gu immortal, this identity caused the 5 immortals to feel envy and jealousy after their initial shock. Why don't I have such good luck to become an inheritor? This kid's luck is too good, too heaven-defying. He actually became Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritor. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had once set up many inheritances. It is said that the greatest inheritance is in Space Cave. I wonder how many inheritances he inherited. The 5 immortals' thoughts surged as they bowed to Fang Yuan. Gu immortals bowing to mortals was like elephants bowing to ants. But the 5 immortals did not feel any humiliation. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan was unperturbed. Even if a rank 9 Gu immortal bowed to him, he would not feel any honor. If the roles were reversed, even if he bowed to a mortal beggar, he would not feel any humiliation. In his opinion, but anyone who could die was equal. It was just a slight difference between dying earlier and dying later. The so-called status and class, nobility and lowliness, they were nothing more than a bunch of fools waiting for death. They were all fake tricks played by them. This kind of trick made a portion of the fools feel that they were living quite well. In fact, those fools who thought they were noble and had status were merely deceiving themselves. Those fools who thought they were lowly were even more pitiful. Kings, marquises, generals, and nobles all had guts. All living beings were born equal. Why should they lower their heads to others? Only eternal life, is what we should pursue. If we cannot live forever, what difference is there between a rank 9 Gu immortal and a pile of shit in a toilet? I am also a super idiot, but I am an idiot who does not want to be shit. These mental activities and aspirations were not worth mentioning to others, they were even more disdainful. Facing the 5 immortals' greetings, Fang Yuan indifferently accepted them. He looked at the land spirit of Langya. Land spirit, aren't you going to refine the Gu yourself? Of course I am going to refine the Gu myself, but using these 5 as assistants, it can be considered making use of trash. The land spirit snickered. Being called trash and being ignored by Fang Yuan, the 5 immortals' expressions turned ugly. They were filled with anger, but they were in a predicament and could not act out. They could only helplessly lower their heads and listen to the land spirit's instructions. But the first Gu refinement with the help of long-hair ancestors' land spirit and the help of the 5 immortals, ended in failure. This Stargate Gu is hard to refine. It is not a mistake on our part, but it has a certain success rate to begin with. The land spirit explained, then said to Fang Yuan, don't worry, Stargate Gu is only rank 5, it will definitely succeed for you. Then I will wait and see. Fang Yuan was half lying on the cloud bed, he was not in a hurry. The time flow in Langya blessed land was 36 times that of the outside world. A month here was less than a day in the outside world. The land spirit inherited long-hair ancestors' arrogance, and after failing once, his temper was somewhat bad. He glanced over and saw that Fang Yuan's cloud smoke tea was already finished, so he casually ordered an immortal, you. Clumsy, big breasts but no brains. I don't need you to refine Gu anymore, quickly go and brew tea for little friend. The female immortal that was ordered was Fairy Huang Sha. She was furious, but did not dare to flare up. Her life was in the hands of the land spirit of Langya, so she could only bite her lips and forcefully suppress her anger, going to brew tea for Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan said, I don't like drinking tea, do you have wine here? I only like to drink top-quality wine, this is the Grand Langya blessed land, don't tell me you don't have any. How can there not be? Pegasus wine and Destitute wine are both top-quality wines, which one do you want to drink? Take them out and let me have a taste. Fang Yuan did not bat an eyelid. Thus, Fairy Huang Sha became the maid that poured wine for Fang Yuan. Pegasus wine had milky white liquid, emitting a rich milky fragrance. When it entered the mouth, it was mellow and soft. As for Destitute wine, it was plain, like a clear soup with no alcohol smell at all. After it entered the mouth, it was also bland and tasteless. But this wine had a huge after effect. Often drinking one mouthful would make one drunk for 7 to 8 days. While the land spirit was refining gu, Fang Yuan only had a small taste, before putting these 2 jars of wine into wolf swallow gu. The second gu refinement also failed. The land spirit's expression turned even uglier, shouting, "Humph, I don't believe it, continue refining." The land spirit naturally noticed Fang Yuan's action of hiding the wine, but because of his reputation, he chose to ignore it. "Young master, please be merciful and save this servant." Seeing the land spirit and the others refining gu for the 3rd time, Fairy Huang Sha, who was standing at the side, was on the verge of tears as she softly begged Fang Yuan. Her skin was white and tender, like a freshly peeled lychee. Her eyebrows were dark green, her eyes were like a lake, concealing amorous feelings. Her breasts were large and majestic, her waist small and slender, her figure was not just graceful, it could even be said to be soul-stirring. Right now, her beautiful eyes were brimming with tears, not to mention men, even women would feel their hearts soften. "If you can save this servant is willing to serve young master for the rest of my life, I will listen to young master's orders." Fairy Huang Sha softly begged again. This was a female gu immortal's plea. If it were any other mortal man, he would have already been extremely excited, his 3rd leg would have stood up in anger. Men all had a desire to conquer, especially to conquer noble women. But Fang Yuan did not even look at her. In his previous life, these 5 immortals were all cannon fodder, they died in Langya blessed land, none survived. They paid the appropriate price for their greed and impulsiveness. Although Fairy Huang Sha was beautiful, in Fang Yuan's heart, what difference was there between her and a pile of dung in a latrine pit? "As long as I don't have eternal life, I am also a pile of dung in a latrine pit, he he he." Fang Yuan sneered in his heart. Fairy Huang Sha opened her mouth to beg again, she was very confident in her beauty, and at this moment, she vaguely felt that this person might be her only chance to escape. But she did not know that Fang Yuan was an even more abnormal monster than the land spirit of Langya. "You are too noisy, get lost." Fang Yuan stretched out his leg and kicked Fairy Huang Sha, who was leaning forward, to the ground. Fairy Huang Sha was kicked to the ground, her expression was blank for a while before she reacted, "I was actually rejected. Is he still a man?" Intense anger and humiliation attacked her prideful heart, causing her expression to distort and her gaze towards Fang Yuan became extremely resentful. "He he." Fang Yuan sneered and climbed up from the cloud bed, walking towards Fairy Huang Sha and raising his leg towards her face. With a muffled sound, Fairy Huang Sha was kicked to the ground again, her head hitting the ground with another heavy sound. All of her rank 5 gu worms were taken away. Her immortal essence was also expended, and with Langya blessed land suppression, how could she be Fang Yuan's match? "You!" Fairy Huang Sha's lungs were about to explode from anger, her front teeth were broken and her mouth was full of blood. She let out a low roar and her expression was ferocious. Compared to her pitiful appearance just now, she was like a completely different person. "Humph, just a mere beauty, how dare you tempt me? If you look at me again, do you believe I won't kick all your teeth out?" Fang Yuan's dark eyes were deep and cold. Fairy Huang Sha's body trembled, her fists were tightly clenched, as if she had used all her strength to stand up. But she still lowered her head and did not look at Fang Yuan again. On the other side, the Stargate Gu's refinement had failed again. Land Spirit stomped his feet in anger, his expression turning even more pale. He had also noticed Fairy Huang Sha's matter. Walking over, Land Spirit smiled at Fang Yuan, "Little friend, don't be angry. I have just captured this little thing and have not taught her well. You can play with her first, let her dance, take off her clothes, you can play with her however you want. He, the materials are all used up, I will go buy some first." Hearing this, Fairy Huang Sha felt like she had fallen into an ice cave. An intense feeling of humiliation hit her heart like a tsunami. Let me take off my clothes and dance. This suggestion made her feel incomparably cold and fearful. Ever since she was young, she had never been treated like this. A Grand Gu immortal was toyed with like this. Fairy Huang Sha felt she might as well die. Gui Wang and Loner Hongyu at the side seemed to have been aroused. They licked their dry lips and stared at Fairy Huang Sha with burning gazes. Fairy Fan Meng and Fairy Qing Sua, who were usually like sisters to Fairy Huang Sha, were silent, as if they did not hear anything. You're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.